Chapter 26:13. Highly recommended. Chu Li sighed. There are no more disciples in the city. Not even one. Ding Jian stared at the small black dot in the distance. Chu Li nodded slowly. Ding Jian's face darkened, and he remained silent. Chu Li asked, "Eldest senior brother, do you really want to see?" Ding Jian was silent. Chu Li knew this was inevitable. If that's the case, then let's see. Ding Jian said, "Third junior brother, wait for me here. I'll be back soon." Chu Li sighed. "How can I let you take the risk alone? I'm fine, and I'll be back soon. It's too dangerous. Let's go together. It'll only be more troublesome. Eldest senior brother, do you think I'm a burden?" Hee hee. Ding Jian looked embarrassed, but he did not deny it. Chu Li sighed. "Eldest senior brother, we're going to die. Our priority is to escape." "All right." Ding Jian nodded slowly. He suddenly realized that this trip to the city was a suicide mission. He would not be satisfied if he did not see what was going on with his own eyes. However, if he really wanted to escape, he still had to rely on third junior brother. The power of God's limbs was amazing. Chu Li said, "Eldest senior brother, we have to go in quietly. If we're discovered, we'll be in danger." "Don't we have God's limbs?" Ding Jian said disapprovingly. Chu Li shook his head. "They must have set up a trap for us to fall into. It's almost the same even if they don't have an inescapable net." Ding Jian thought for a while. "Then I'll have to see for myself. Third junior brother, I know this is too reckless and unwise. We're walking into a trap, but if we go back with our tails between our legs, how can we explain to his second junior brother, master, and the elders in the temple? We only have one master in Taidong Sea Protector Town, junior brother Ding He." Chu Li said, "Junior brother Ding He and senior brother Ding Shi are?" "Junior brother Ding, he is second junior brother's biological brother." Ding Jian shook his head and sighed. It said that monks cut off worldly ties, but the brotherly bond cannot be severed. Both of their parents died when they were young, and the two of them depended on each other for survival. They begged all the way to the Great Mercy Temple, and then entered the temple. Second junior brother became the disciple of Master, while Ding He became the disciple of martial Uncle Huiwen. Chu Li nodded slowly. No wonder second senior brother had lost his composure. He would have done the same if he had been in his shoes. He sighed and said, "I've already listened to everyone's breathing. None of them are disciples of the Tempest Temple." "You can recognize all the disciples in the temple?" Ding Jian was surprised. He didn't know much about the divine ear art. All he knew was that the divine limbs was extremely powerful and almost impossible to trap. Even array formations and secret arts wouldn't be able to trap the divine limbs. Once he mastered the divine limbs, it meant that he wouldn't lose his life. If he couldn't win, he could escape. The heavens' ear connection only sharpened his hearing, but he didn't know how sharp it was. Chu Li said slowly, "I've already heard of everyone in the same faction, including the senior brothers and seniors from the outer temple. Although I've never heard of senior brother Ding He, when it comes to our temple's heart technique and breathing, there are similarities." He was able to determine which sect they were from just by listening to their breathing. However, he had not heard enough of their breathing. He could only hear the breathing of the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple. Therefore, if there were any disciples of the Great Mercy Temple in the city, he would definitely be able to recognize them. It seems that junior brother Ding He is not in the city. Ding Jian sighed. Just as Chu Li was about to nod, his expression suddenly changed. He shook his head and said, "I've discovered a disciple from the Great Mercy Temple." "In the city?" Ding Jian hurriedly asked. Chu Li nodded. "He's in the city. It really is a trap." The omniscient mirror had already observed the situation in the city. A bald monk was lying motionless on a bed. His breathing was almost stopped. If it wasn't for his heaven's ear connection, he would never have discovered this monk. The bald monk looked to be in his 40s. His face was yellowish and even had a greenish tinge to it. He was motionless and his chest did not rise or fall. He was no different from a dead person. Only the heaven's ear connection could detect a faint breath. Chu Li could tell at a glance that although the monk was seriously injured, his breath was not so weak because of his injuries. He had used a secret skill to conceal his breath and cut off his breathing. He was no different from a tortoise. However, he saw 10 elders around the monk. 5 of them were in blue robes, and the other 5 were in white robes. They were sitting cross-legged on a tall building in the city. They could overlook the entire sea garrison town. Sea Garrison Town was bustling with activity. People came and went, but there was not a trace of killing intent. Chu Li even suspected that Sea Garrison Town had been breached. Otherwise, how could it be so peaceful? Then he realized something. Oceanwood City had already been taken over by the visitors from the sea. However, they did not invade the city, nor did they slaughter or pillage it. It was clear that they had the intention of taking over Oceanwood City for themselves instead of just robbing it and leaving. Chu Li thought for a while and told Ding Jian about his discovery. "You can see it?" Ding Jian asked curiously. "Yes, junior brother Ding, he looks much older than second junior brother." Chu Li said, "I can reconstruct the situation through sound. This is also the result of the heavens' ear connection." Ding Jian exclaimed, "Third junior brother, although your cultivation level is the lowest, you have the most potential. Divine power was not like martial arts. It could not be obtained easily. It required a profound dermic base and enough wisdom. Only when the two were combined could one obtain divine power and possess unique abilities. Among the 3 of them, Chu Li was the only one who possessed divine powers. Both he and his second junior brother were unable to cultivate divine powers. The root of the problem was that their Buddhist-based cultivation was insufficient. Even if they had the wisdom from cultivating the dragon-elephant prajna wisdom, it would be of no use. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. "What should we do then? Let's do this. You bring me there, and then bring junior brother Ding He away," Ding Jian said. Chu Li shook his head. "Senior brother Ding He's condition cannot withstand God's limbs." "I see." Ding Jian frowned. "What do you have in mind?" Chu Li said, "We have to heal senior brother Ding He's injuries first. Then let him consume the spirit pill first," Ding Jian said. Chu Li said, "Once senior brother Ding He recovers, he will definitely be discovered." The 10 old men's cultivation level was astonishing. They could even vaguely sense that they were spying on Ding He. Once Ding He left his current state, he would be discovered by them. "I'll distract them," Ding Jian said. Chu Li thought about it and slowly nodded. "All right." Ding Jian took out a jade bottle and shoved it to him. "This is the treasure pill. It's a precious medicine that can save one's skin. As long as you consume it, any injury will quickly recover. It only takes a quarter of an hour." Chu Li received it solemnly. "Eldest senior brother, be careful." Ding Jian smiled and said, "Third junior brother, I also have a trump card for escaping. Don't worry. Rescuing junior brother Ding, he is the most important thing. Not only for second junior brother, but also to figure out what happened and why Great EC Suppressing City fell." "Yes." Chu Li nodded solemnly. He bowed with pressed palms and disappeared without a trace. The next moment, he appeared beside Ding He. He stuffed a Ji-Ding pill from the bottle into Ding He's mouth and channeled. Then he slowly opened his eyes. The treasure pill quickly took effect. Chu Li's omniscient mirror had already seen Ding Jian appear at the gate of Sea Garrison Town. Ding Jian was laughing heartily, attracting the attention of the 10 old men. 5 of them rushed toward Ding Jian while the other 5 stayed put. Chu Li panicked. Any one of these 5 fellas could kill him, as if it were child's play. Chapter 26:14. Highly recommended. At this age, even the most impulsive and reckless person would not act rashly. Music plus literature plus novel. These 5 old men were enough to give eldest senior brother a hard time. He would not be able to hold on for long. Fortunately, the effect of the treasure pill was amazing. In just a moment, Ding He's breathing became heavier and his vitality was restored. It would not take long for his injuries to heal, and he would be able to teleport. He pressed his hand on Ding He's chest and injected the aura of the marrow cleansing technique. It was mainly used to improve the bone marrow and physique. It was also very useful for healing, far better than other heart techniques. After the aura of the marrow cleansing technique was injected, the effect of the treasure pill became faster and Ding He recovered faster. He estimated that the original 15 minutes had been reduced to 5 minutes, and he could use God's limbs to leave. Ding Jian looked at the 5 old men and frowned. He pressed his palms together and bowed. "May I know who you are? Little monk, why are you pretending?" The hoarse voice of the leading old man sounded like it was rubbing against his ears. It was a form of torture. The old man was tall and burly. His eyes were like lightning. He said coldly, "We came from Star Cloud Island and have been waiting for you Great Mercy Temple disciples for a long time." Ding Jian shook his head and smiled. He sighed. "From what I know, Star Cloud Island wanted to kill our Great Mercy Temple. Unfortunately, you retreated when you realized the situation was not right." Bullsh asterisk T. The tall old man scoffed. He was indeed one of the participants. Initially, Starry Cloud Island had sent out quite a number of experts to teach the Great Mercy Temple a harsh lesson. They even wanted to annihilate the Great Mercy Temple. However, when they arrived at the Great Mercy Temple, they realized that the Great Mercy Temple was unfathomable and had many experts. They were even more powerful than Starry Cloud Island. Chu Li accelerated the marrow cleansing technique, and Ding He recovered faster. He suddenly opened his eyes and reached out to slap Ding He. "Senior brother Ding He," Chu Li called out in a low voice. Ding He looked at Chu Li's bald head and stopped in front of his arm like an eagle's claw. He frowned at him. Chu Li smiled. "I'm a new disciple of the temple, Ding Ru." As he spoke, his mind was still observing the situation on Ding Jian's side. "Huh?" Monk Ding Jian burst into laughter. He shook his head and said, "They dare to do it, but they don't dare to admit it. Is this how Starcloud Island does things?" Without waiting for the tall old man to get angry, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it. It's meaningless to argue about this. I just want to ask, do you want to occupy this great East Suppressing Sea city?" "That's right." The tall old man suppressed his anger and looked coldly at the arrogant fat monk. He secretly decided that he must not kill him easily later. He must soak him properly before offering him to the Sea Dragon King. Monk Ding Jian shook his head and laughed. "How stupid. Courting death." The tall old man was about to make a move, but a thin old man behind him pressed his shoulder and asked, "Little monk, tell me, how are we stupid?" Monk Ding Jian said, "Among all the islands on the sea, whoever occupies this great East Suppressing Sea city will be the enemy of the entire mainland. With the combined strength of all our sects, don't tell me we can't seize this tiny little Suppressing Sea city? Great Eastern Suppressing Sea city is weak, but it's not just our Great Mercy Temple that's weak, let alone the other sects." The tall old man sneered. "Bring it on then. Do you think Starry Cloud Island is the only one in Suppressing Sea city?" Monk Ding Jian scoffed. "Although all the islands on the sea are strong, you're not united. When the time comes, you'll hinder each other, and the one who will suffer the most will be Starry Cloud Island." The tall old man was about to refute, but he was stopped by the thin old man who said slowly, "Little monk, what you said makes sense. But little monk, you can't really be thinking for us, right?" Ding Jian said, "I advise you to let go of our experts. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death and both sides will suffer. If anything happens to our disciples, we'll definitely use all our strength to take revenge." "Hee, is this the mercy of the Great Mercy Temple?" The thin old man sneered. Ding Jian nodded slowly. "Being merciful to our own people and subduing demons to our enemies. This is the way of the Great Mercy Temple. Little monk, let me tell you, all the experts in the city are dead." The tall old man cast a sidelong glance at him. "What can the Great Mercy Temple do to us?" Ding Jian frowned. "If you kill me, I'll kill 10 of you." "Ha ha. Little monk, you've got guts to come here alone and act presumptuously. Aren't you afraid of losing your life?" The tall old man laughed. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. Ding Jian scoffed. "Those who have left home have transcended life and death. Then I'll release you from purgatory today." The tall old man shouted. Ding Jian glided backward and scoffed. "Do you really think no one knows the location of Starry Cloud Island?" The tall old man was about to step forward, but he was stopped by the thin old man. "Wait." The tall old man turned his head and said angrily, "Fifth senior brother, this little monk is bluffing." "It's always good to be careful," the thin old man said. The tall old man shook his head helplessly and glared at Ding Jian fiercely. Chu Li smiled. As expected of the eldest senior brother, he was able to distract the other party's attention and stall for time. Ding He was also activating his inner energy. Together with the energy of Chu Li's marrow cleansing technique and the miraculous effect of the treasure pill, it only took 2 minutes to complete the task. It would be over in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Chu Li's expression changed. He pulled Ding He and glided backwards silently. Just as they glided to the side courtyard, 2 people had already entered their courtyard. One was Mo Ito and the other was Bai Zhuguang. "Master's Junior Bai, can that monk really live?" Mo Ito asked. Both of them were dressed in blue robes that fluttered in the wind. They looked very graceful, but Bai Zhuguang's long and narrow eyes ruined his handsomeness. "Yes, I can't be wrong. I can sense his energy," Bai Zhuguang said. Mo Ito laughed. "This monk is really impressive. He can actually escape. He was just caught off guard. We have indeed underestimated the Great Mercy Temple." Bai Zhuguang sneered. "This time we have to take this seriously. He won't be able to escape. After being hit by my flying cloud palm, how can he be unscathed?" That's right. Mo Ito laughed. He entered the house and reached for the bed. It's already a great fortune that he didn't die. It's impossible for his injuries to recover. The bed is still warm. He just left. "Wait," Bai Zhuguang said. "Let me see where he is." After a while, he scoffed. "He's not far away." "After him." Ding He looked at Chu Li and gently pushed him. Chu Li shook his head. He had noticed the 2 of them earlier, but they were far away. He did not expect them to be so fast. In just 2 steps, they were already close. This Bai Zhuguang's senses were very sharp. Ding He frowned. He took out a letter and stuffed it into Chu Li's arms. Chu Li said in a low voice, "Wait." He was calculating the extent of Ding He's injuries. Ding He was recovering quickly, but he was still short of time. If he risked using God's limbs, he might directly destroy Ding He. He could not take this risk. Bang! Bai Zhuguang and Mo Ito instantly destroyed a part of the bamboo forest, revealing Chu Li and Ding He. "He's really here," Mo Ito said excitedly. "And this little monk, haha." He recognized Chu Li at first glance. Bai Zhuguang's eyes were like lightning. He slammed his palm down, and the blue light instantly arrived. Chu Li was originally planning to talk and stall for time. 2 sentences would suffice. However, the 2 did not give him the chance to speak and attacked too quickly. Chapter 26:15. Bang! There was a muffled sound as Ding He's golden right palm met the blue light. He took a few steps back, clearly not a match for Bai Zhuguang. Ding He took the opportunity to retreat and stood in front of Chu Li. He said, "Hurry up and leave." As he spoke, he vomited blood. Chu Li pressed his palm on his back and channeled the marrow cleansing technique to help him. However, he saw that his old injuries had not healed yet, and new ones had appeared. He would not be able to teleport in a short time. "Senior brother Ding He, take care." Chu Li made a prompt decision and withdrew his palm. He disappeared before Mo Ito could pounce on him. He ran away so fast. Mo Ito angrily turned in the air and retreated to Bai Zhuguang's side. He smiled at Ding He. That little monk ran away so fast. He's obviously a coward. "It's not worth it for you to save him, monk." "I think it's worth it," Ding He said. Mo Ito curled his lips. "I didn't expect you to be the same. Your temperament and cultivation level are very ordinary." As he spoke, Bai Zhuguang struck again. Bang, 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 bang. The blue light and golden light collided. Bai Zhuguang and Ding He's palms collided. He sneered. "I can't take care of monk Ding Jian, but you think I can't take care of you?" Ding He scoffed. "You want to win against senior brother Ding Jian?" Suddenly, the void moved and Chu Li appeared again. There was another person beside him. It was Monk Huiguang. He exhaled softly and pointed a finger. Pop! It was like a stone falling into a deep well. Bai Zhuguang flew backward. His body flashed with blue light and he vomited blood. "Monk Huiguang, you're shameless." Chu Li was already behind Ding He. He pressed his palm on his back and channeled the marrow cleansing technique. The medicinal power of the treasure pill was still there, and it quickly healed Ding He's injuries. Monk Hui Guang stepped behind Ding He and gave him a helping hand. His aura was compatible with Chu Li's marrow cleansing technique. Ding He's injuries healed quickly like snow meeting boiling water. Chu Li then picked up the other two and disappeared without a trace in a flash. After Bai Zhu Guang landed, he slid more than 10 meters away and continued to vomit blood. He wiped the blood and let out a sigh of relief. Mo Ido heaved a sigh of relief with lingering fear in his heart. When they fought Ding Jian and Ding Shi, they were full of courage and fighting spirit. But when they encountered Monk Hui Guang, it was as if they were facing an abyss, as if they had encountered a monster. They did not dare to breathe heavily, otherwise their lives would be in danger. Chu Li sent Monk Hui Guang and Ding He back to Monk Hui Guang's temple. He Jin was standing by the wall with his hands behind his back, looking at the bamboo forest. Monk Ding Shi pressed his palms together and chanted in a low voice to calm himself down. Suddenly, Monk Ding Shi sensed something strange and quickly raised his head. He was overjoyed. Ding He smiled. Big brother. Chu Li had already disappeared and reappeared beside Monk Ding Jian. Ding Jian was still speaking. Clearly, he had managed to scare everyone with his previous words. Chu Li did not wait for Ding Jian to finish speaking before he pulled him along and disappeared together. They reappeared in Monk Hui Guang's Zen courtyard. Ding Jian wiped the sweat off his forehead. Only now did he feel a lingering fear. Facing those 5 old fellows, if he wasn't careful, he would lose his life in the blink of an eye. All right, good. He patted Chu Li's shoulder hard and laughed. Third junior brother, you're really something. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. It's all thanks to Master's help. Monk Hui Guang shook his head and smiled. He looked at Ding He. Ding Shi let go of his hand and nodded in relief. Although he was injured, it was not too serious. His cultivation level would not regress. He asked warmly, Ding He, what happened? Ding He shook his head and sighed. We don't know what happened either. All of a sudden, the masters of Star Cloud Island rushed into the city and caught everyone off guard. Before we could react, we were either killed or heavily injured. I escaped with my life-saving skills and hid in a house to perform the stinging technique. I resigned myself to fate. I didn't expect to still be alive. He had already lost all hope and used the stinging technique with his last bit of unwillingness. Although the chances were slim, it was better than dying on the spot. He wanted to find out what exactly happened. He was too unwilling to die just like that. If that's the case, Star Cloud Island broke through the defense of sea-suppressing Tai Dong Town. The defense of sea-suppressing Tai Dong Town was set up by my sect and the Morality Hall. It's not that easy to break through. There was a top-notch formation outside sea-suppressing Tai Dong Town. Once a master approached, it would sound a warning. There was a martial prohibition circle. It was impossible to enter without a sound unless one had the heart techniques of Great Mercy Temple, 5 Thunder Peak, and the Morality Hall. Ding He sighed. It's really strange. They died too unjustly. He Jin asked, Our sect's masters have fallen. Yes. Among all the masters, only I escaped. Ding He sighed. He Jin's expression was solemn as he nodded slowly. 5 Thunder Peak had a life plate. The masters in sea suppressing Tai Dong Town had already cracked their life plates. Hence, they were certain that they had fallen. Hence, they did not take the risk to investigate sea suppressing Tai Dong Town in case they fell into a trap. Sea suppressing Tai Dong Town must have set up an ambush. Chu Li stood at the side without saying a word. Ding Jian sighed. Master, Senior He, there are 10 top-notch masters in sea-suppressing Tai Dong Town. They should be masters of a higher generation. I'm afraid Star Cloud Island is determined to land. He, Jin, shook his head. They're not willing to leave after just one. Ding Jian said slowly, their ambition is inflated. I'm afraid it's not a blessing for our mainland. Hui Guang sighed. There's going to be another bloodbath. Ba. Brother He, what are your 5 Thunder Peaks preparations? Of course we're going to fight back, He Jin said in a low voice. Hui Guang said, then we'll fight back. He Jin nodded. There are masters from Morality Hall who have fallen. With our 3 sects working together, I don't believe we can't take down Star Cloud Island. Hui Guang said, since they dare to occupy sea-suppressing Taidong Town, they're naturally prepared. Then let's see who's stronger. My sect will send 20 masters, 10 masters, junior masters, and 10 senior brothers. When do we make our move? He Jin asked. Hui Guang said slowly, we'll have to report this to the abbot. He Jin nodded. Hui Guang turned around and left. After a while, he returned and said slowly, my temple will also send 20 people, 10 masters, junior masters, and 10 junior brothers. That's good, He Jin said. Morality Hall probably won't let this go. I'll be right back. Hui Guang said, we'll meet at Tianling Mountain in 2 hours. All right. He Jin nodded. He closed fists, saluted, and disappeared. Before he left, he took a deep look at Chu Li, who was standing silently at the side. Chu Li pretended not to see it and lowered his head. Ding Jian said, Master, you're going to do it yourself? Hui Guang nodded. Ding Jian frowned. Why not? Hui Guang raised his hand to stop him. Ding Jian, I'll let you guys train more, but I need to do this personally. This is a serious matter, and we can't afford to be careless. We must defeat them with all our might and dispel the ambitions of the overseas islands. Yes. Ding Jian put his palms together and said solemnly. Hui Guang looked at Chu Li and smiled. Ding Ru, you're the main contributor this time. You want to cultivate dragon elephant wisdom, right? Yes. Chu Li said. Hui Guang said, then let Ding Jian teach you the basics. There are 12 levels of dragon elephant wisdom. The first 2 levels aren't difficult, but the later levels will get harder. Don't give up halfway. Chapter 26:16. Hui Guang flicked his sleeve and floated away. Only the 3 brothers and Ding he were left in the courtyard. They looked at each other in dismay and were speechless. After a while, Sai, we're still lacking. Ding Jian sighed. Ding Shi said, De Shixiang, our seniority is not high enough. Even if our martial arts are good, it's useless. Not necessarily. Look at 3rd junior brother. Didn't he make a great contribution this time? Ding Jian said with a smile. Chu Li quickly said, eldest senior brother, I'm just lucky. Luck is also important. Otherwise, junior brother Ding and I would not have been able to return. Ding Jian said with a smile. Regardless of how he managed to evade the pursuit or how he and his 3rd junior brother made a move, it was a matter of life and death. If his luck had been slightly worse, he would have died. Chu Li smiled and did not refute. It was true. Ding Shi put his palms together and bowed. 3rd junior brother, words cannot express my gratitude. Chu Li quickly pressed his palms together to return the gesture. 2nd senior brother, you don't have to be so polite. That's right. If it were you, 2nd junior brother, you would have done the same. Ding Jian said with a smile. Ding Shi nodded lightly. 3rd junior brother, I'll teach you the dragon elephant wisdom art. Ding Jian said with a smile. Thank you, eldest senior brother, Chu Li said. Ding Shi and Ding he left the monastery. After seeing my battle with Bai Zhu Guang, are you disappointed in the dragon elephant wisdom art? Ding Jian asked. Chu Li hesitated. He had seen the fight between Ding Jian and Bai Zhu Guang, and he had seen the power of the dragon elephant wisdom art. However, the dragon elephant wisdom art didn't have an overwhelming advantage, and it wasn't invincible. Although he knew that there was no such thing as an invincible martial art and that it depended on one's cultivation, he still couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ding Jian said, Bai Zhu Guang is not an ordinary person. He is the strongest person of Starry Cloud Island's younger generation. Chu Li was surprised. He did not expect Bai Zhu Guang to have such a high status. You can't judge a book by its cover. You didn't expect this, did you? I really didn't expect that. Chu Li shook his head. So, it's not that the dragon elephant wisdom art isn't powerful, but that the opponent is too powerful? Ding Jian smiled. Chu Li asked, which stage is eldest senior brother at? 9th layer, Ding Jian said with a smile. It's the highest among our generation. 2nd Shitty is at the 8th layer. Did anyone reach the highest level? Chu Li asked. Yes, Ding Jian said, Grandmaster Wentong. Chu Li smiled. It was good that someone had cultivated it to the highest realm. This meant that it was a mature cultivation technique and that it was a smooth path. Ding Jian smiled and said, "Are you relieved now?" Chu Li smiled sheepishly. "Come, listen carefully. I'll recite the chant first and then demonstrate it. This technique needs to be demonstrated personally. Just looking at the secret manual won't help," Ding Jian said. Chu Li nodded. Then, with one teaching and the other learning, they quickly learned the first 2 levels. Chu Li requested to teach him 2 more levels, and Ding Jian readily agreed and taught him another 2 levels. After Chu Li had mastered the first 4 stages, he could feel the profoundness of the dragon elephant wisdom. It was indeed a top-notch martial art that contained the essence of martial arts. He returned to his own monastery to cultivate, completely immersing himself in the dragon elephant wisdom art. When he woke up, several days had already passed. Early in the morning, he came to Hui Guang's Zen courtyard before the morning class began. Ding Ming was currently sweeping the courtyard quietly and carefully. Ding Ming raised his sharp chin when he saw Chen Shi appear, and his handsome face revealed a disdainful expression before he turned around and continued cleaning as if he hadn't seen Chen Shi enter. Chu Li frowned. He did not know when he had offended Ding Ming. Was it because he was ranked 3rd and not Ding Ming? Then he shook his head. Although they had not known each other for a long time, he had a good eye for people. He knew that Ding Ming was not someone who would be easily jealous. Instead, he was an upright person. With such an attitude, Chu Li must have done something wrong. "Where's Master?" Chu Li coughed softly. "Be careful." Ding Ming quickly put his index finger in front of his lips. Chu Li lowered his voice. "Is Master in isolated cultivation?" Ding Ming scoffed. "You still know that Master is here." Chu Li looked at him doubtfully. "I've been cultivating and forgot about the time. What's going on with Master?" He could already hear Monk Hui Guang's breathing. The omniscient mirror could not observe the situation in the house, but he could hear it. His breathing was long and had a unique rhythm. It was obvious that he was cultivating the dragon elephant wisdom art. However, although his breathing was long, it was weak and weak. It was obvious that he was injured. "Injured?" he quickly asked. Ding Ming scoffed and continued sweeping the floor. Chu Li was about to enter the house, but was blocked by Ding Ming. He said coldly, "Master is healing his injuries and channeling his energy. You can't disturb him." Chu Li said, "I can lend Master a hand." "You?" Ding Ming glanced at him in disdain and shook his head. "You're boasting shamelessly. Even eldest senior brother can't help him. Can you?" Chu Li said, "Eldest senior brother has cultivated the marrow cleansing technique." Ding Ming was stunned. Chu Li knew at a glance and shook his head. "The marrow cleansing technique is an excellent technique for healing injuries. I can lend Master a hand." "All right, I'll go and report." Although Ding Ming was angry that Chu Li was heartless and forgot about Master after obtaining the martial arts, he decided to suppress his disgust and report to Master when it was related to Master's injuries. After a while, he slowly came out and scoffed. "Go in." Chu Li shook his head and smiled. He did not lower himself to Ding Ming's level and walked into the house. Spiritual energy filled his nose, and the smell of medicine was strong. It was obviously a spirit pill. Hui Guang was sitting on the bed with his eyes slightly closed. He didn't move an inch as he circulated his energy. Under the loose monk's robe, he looked even thinner and weaker. He didn't look like a powerful master, but more like a haggard and weak scholar. He slowly opened his eyes. They were bright like pearls, and he nodded. Chu Li said, "Master, have you mastered the marrow cleansing technique?" "Yes," Hui Guang said softly. His voice was weak like a candle in the wind. Chu Li quickly sat behind him and crossed his legs. He placed his palms on top of him and channeled the marrow cleansing technique. A strange force was continuously injected into his body. When both palms touched, the omniscient mirror could see through Hui Guang's body. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels were badly damaged. If it wasn't for the pure aura that kept him alive and the miraculous elixirs taking effect, he would have already died. With such heavy injuries, there was almost no chance of survival. "Master," Chu Li frowned. Although they had only known each other for a short time, Hui Guang made him feel concerned and warm. He could not bear to see Hui Guang die just like that. After some thought, he said, "Master, I learned a dharma in the lower realm called the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture." "Yes." Hui Guang nodded. Chu Li said, "Once you've mastered it, you can reverse life and death." "It's too late." Hui Guang sighed. Chu Li thought about it and said, "I'll use it on you, Master." The existence of the life and death scripture was one of his top secrets. He could not reveal it, but the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture could reverse life and death when it was mastered. The life and death scripture allowed him to master the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture, but it was impossible for others. "Okay," Hui Guang said. Chu Li said, "Master, this requires you to trust me completely. Let go of your body and mind and stop channeling." "Okay." Hui Guang hesitated and nodded. Chu Li frowned. With Hui Guang's current injuries, if he stopped channeling, he would not be able to hold on for long. He would die in a few breaths. P.S. Update complete. NT first, set a small goal for yourself. Chapter 26:17. Male. Hui Guang smiled, but did not say anything. Chu Li said, "Master, logically speaking, the Great Mercy Temple should have many miraculous pills. The treasure pill is excellent. It should be able to heal injuries, right?" "The treasure pill has already been consumed," Hui Guang said. He looked at Chu Li with a smile, as if he was testing him. Chu Li frowned and checked again. "What a powerful inner energy," Chu Li sighed. After he transferred some spiritual energy in, an invisible force instantly devoured it. This force seemed to not exist and could not be discovered. Once it saw spiritual energy, it immediately gathered and dispersed. It was as fast as lightning, so fast that no one could react. Therefore, the medicinal effect of the treasure pill was already devoured. This is the mist transformation technique of Star Cloud Island. Hui Guang shook his head. It's invisible and traceless. It exists when it's moving. It doesn't exist when it's still. It can't be detected. Chu Li asked, "The Grandmasters in the temple can't do anything?" "The one who injured me was the island master of Star Cloud Island, Wan Zing. His cultivation level is at the peak," Hui Guang said. Hui Guang said, "Especially the mist transformation art. It has reached the point of perfection, which is why he dares to have such great ambitions." Chu Li said, "If that's the case, all the Grandmasters in the temple can't compare to Wan Zing. He's a genius." Hui Guang shook his head. "None of the Grandmasters who are not in isolated cultivation can defeat him, or else Star Cloud Island would have been destroyed. Star Cloud Island suffered heavy losses. They've already left Great EC Suppression Town." Chu Li smiled. "Being chased back to the sea, congratulations. Our 3 sects only managed to do this. We couldn't completely destroy them. It's really embarrassing." Hui Guang shook his head. "Therefore, this matter won't be publicized." Chu Li nodded slowly. He understood. "Then when will the Grandmasters who can save you come out of isolated cultivation?" Hui Guang said, "These Grandmasters are usually in deep meditation, either in the minor Sumeru realm or in a mental trance. They can't be woken up. They can only wake up on their own, tomorrow, next year, 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years." Chu Li frowned and remained silent. He was thinking of a solution. Even if he had perfected the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture, he still wouldn't be able to deal with this misty transformation art. It wasn't that the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture was weak. It was that the other party's cultivation was too strong. It was like a child running into a strong young man. Hui Guang obviously did not take Chu Li's words to heart. Chu Li had saved him purely out of kindness, and that was enough. Hui Guang smiled and said, "You've cultivated the dragon elephant wisdom to the 4th level." Chu Li said, "It's all thanks to eldest senior brother's meticulous guidance." Hui Guang shook his head and said, "The key to the dragon and elephant prajna technique is still to be cultivated by yourself. Others can't help you. It's really not easy for your eldest senior brother to take the initiative to teach you 4 levels." Chu Li smiled and nodded. Ding Jian seemed to be smiling and easygoing. Indeed, as the eldest senior brother, he was the most cautious. He did things strictly according to the rules and could not be overstepped. Chu Li looked at Master Hui Guang. who was talking and laughing as if life and death were nothing to him. He was extremely impressed. Cultivating Buddhism required one to transcend life and death, but there were very few who could actually do it. Even if one's dharma was profound, being able to transcend life and death was also because they had experienced the true journey from life to death and from death to life. Based on the current situation, Huiguang would pass away in less than 2 days. You've cultivated the dragon elephant wisdom so quickly, so you don't have to worry about not having someone to guide you. Ding Jian said gently, but the Dharma is the foundation. Although you have a strong foundation in the Dharma, you can't neglect the Dharma. Only the Dharma can produce divine power. Yes, Chu Li nodded lightly. While channeling the marrow cleansing technique, he suddenly said, Master, I know an enlightenment technique. Let's see if I can teach you the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. Seeing that Huiguang looked like he was about to say his last words, he decided to take a gamble and go all out. Otherwise, he would regret it. Even if he had to take a huge risk, he still decided to use the diversion technique. All right, Huiguang smiled. He could not bear to reject Chu Li's good intentions. At most, he could only live for 2 days. Chu Li withdrew his hand and formed a hand seal. He said seriously, Master, you must relax your mind. Okay, Huiguang nodded. Chu Li gently pressed his right thumb between his eyebrows. Boom! Huiguang felt a sudden tremor in his mind. Then, a huge Buddha appeared. The back of his head shone like a mirror, and waves of light flashed. The Buddha stood in the void with his palms pressed together. He lowered his eyes and chanted in a low voice. The sound of Sanskrit was loud and distant. It lingered endlessly and clearly entered his heart. After a while, Chu Li withdrew his thumb. Huiguang had already formed a hand seal. It was the hand seal of the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Buddha. He chanted in a low voice. The golden light on his body shone brighter and brighter. Suddenly, it turned into a black light. The black light grew stronger and stronger. When it reached its strongest, it turned into a golden light. Chu Li let out a long sigh of relief and looked at him calmly. If the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture could not save him, then there was nothing he could do. Footsteps were heard outside. He quickly got up and went to the courtyard. He stopped Ding Jian, Ding Shi, and Ding Ming. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, and senior brother Ding Ming. Master is recuperating. We shouldn't disturb him. How is Master? Ding Jian asked. Chu Li shook his head. Ding Jian's expression darkened. Ding Shi said, There must be a way. The temple has so many mystical arts, spirit pills, and honorable master. How can there not be a way? Ding Jian shook his head. All of them knew that these were just words of self-consolation. Even though the Great Mercy's temple had countless mystical arts and supreme studies, the main problem was that their opponent was too strong. The Starry Cloud Island was the strongest force in the overseas region. The island master was a heaven-bestowed genius who could be considered the #1 expert. The Hall of Healing can't do anything? Ding Shi asked. Ding Jian said, Honorable Master Wen Miao from the Hall of Healing has long been an isolated cultivation. The remaining honorable masters and masters' uncles don't have enough cultivation levels. It's already amazing that they could prolong Master's life. Chu Li remained silent. He had originally thought that the Great Mercy Temple was like the Big Lane Temple in the lower bound, unfathomable. However, ever since he entered the Great Mercy Temple, he had never seen the glory of the Great Mercy Temple as a top-notch sect. Instead, he had suffered setbacks and lost face. He also knew that it was not that the Great Mercy Temple was weak. It was just that their opponents were too strong. Just like the Tempest Temple, they were helpless against him even though they had countless mystical arts. It could only be said that there was no such thing as an invincible sect. There were only stronger opponents. Ding Shi stomped his foot angrily. A pit appeared on the ground. Senior brother Ding Shi. Ding Ming said. Ding Shi looked apologetic and quickly looked into the house. Chu Li said, Wait for a while. Master should be almost done. Third junior brother, what did you do? Ding Jian tilted his head and looked at him. He smiled. I know that third junior brother has a lot of strange tricks up his sleeve. A person who could continuously ascend from the two realms should not be underestimated. He must have some abilities that ordinary people did not have. Chu Li shook his head. Ding Shi stared at the house and sensed the situation inside. Unfortunately, the aura was chaotic and difficult to fathom. After about half an hour, the people outside felt like a year. Finally, there was a long sigh of relief. Chu Li smiled. Come in. Hui Guang's voice did not sound weak. It was as usual. The four of them quickly entered the house and saw Hui Guang sitting cross-legged on the bed. His face was rosy. Master, Ding Shi was shocked. Ding Jian reached out and was overjoyed. Master, your injury is healed. Yes, it was a close call. Hui Guang nodded and smiled. The Buddha doesn't want me to go over. Congratulations, Master. Ding Jian beamed. Ding Shi's shock turned into joy. He widened his eyes and looked at Hui Guang. Chapter 26:18. Chu Li smiled and did not say a word. Hui Guang said, I'm fine now. You guys can leave. Calm down and cultivate well so that you don't end up like me. Master, you met Wan Xing, not just anyone. Ding Jian laughed. No matter how good our martial arts are, we can't defeat this guy. Ding Shi shook his head. Eldest senior brother was right, but he was too pessimistic. How could they not work hard just because their opponent was too strong? Hui Guang said, You guys can leave. Ding Ru, stay. Yes. Ding Jian and Ding Shi respectfully replied, then pulled Ding Ming out of the room. Hui Guang pointed at the stool beside the bed. Chu Li sat there. Hui Guang sighed. The world is full of wonders. Ding Ru, your encounter is also amazing. You even managed to obtain such a profound scripture and cultivate it to perfection. Chu Li nodded. It was indeed a fortuitous encounter. Hui Guang looked at him and sighed. Chu Li said, Master, you want all the seniors to cultivate the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture, right? That's a little too much, Hui Guang said. Chu Li shook his head. I didn't get this scripture from my master. I got it through a fortuitous encounter. It'll be great if such a miraculous scripture can be used to save more people. It'll be a great deed of virtue. Hui Guang smiled and shook his head. Not everyone is as broad-minded as you. He did not expect Chu Li to agree so easily. He felt ashamed, as if he was measuring a gentleman with his own yardstick. Chu Li said, Master, but this enlightenment technique. He took a gamble and used the diversion technique. Hui Guang was his master, so he had to save him, and he trusted him. However, he was not so sure about the others, as he was worried that they would get into trouble because of this. Your enlightenment technique is not bad. Hui Guang nodded slowly. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Master, you recognized it? Hui Guang smiled knowingly. At that time, it was such a big deal. At my age, I am very sensitive to this art. But I never thought that you would actually use this art to save someone. Turning harm into benefit, it can be said to be great wisdom. Chu Li said, I named this technique Wisdom Enlightenment Technique and offer it to the temple along with the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture. This name is not bad. Hui Guang smiled and said, But have you thought about it? The Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and the Art of Traction were both marvelous arts. Ordinary people would be extremely lucky to obtain even one of them. To be able to offer these two marvelous arts to the temple. This kind of courage was extraordinary, which made him exclaim in admiration. Chu Li nodded slowly. Master, I'm only staying to benefit from one person. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble? Hui Guang said, Good intentions don't always lead to good returns. It's not that simple to get what you sow. Chu Li said, If the temple really treats me this way, I have nothing to say. All right. Although the Great Mercy Temple has strict rules, we are not ungrateful. Hui Guang laughed. Chu Li said, Since I've decided to take it out, I've already made preparations. You can go first. I'll report to the abbot first, Hui Guang said. Chu Li pressed his palms together and left the temple. The next day, after he finished his morning lesson, Ding Ming hurried over. Junior Marshal Brother Ding Ru, Master wants you to go over. Chu Li pressed his palms together and bowed. Ding Ming hurriedly pressed his palms together to return the greeting. His attitude was completely different from a day before. He believed that Chu Li had saved Hui Guang. When the two arrived at Hui Guang's temple, they saw the abbot, Xing, standing quietly in the middle of the courtyard. His tall and burly body exuded a dignified aura, but did not come from essence. Chu Li could feel the immense pressure from him. It came from the pressure of his soul. Even if his cultivation level was not as high, it did not diminish his pride because his soul was strong. Xing's soul was not inferior to his, which was rare. Hui Guang stood beside him and did not say a word. Abbot Master. Chu Li pressed his palms together as he entered the courtyard. Ding Ru, are you really going to offer the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and the Wisdom Empowerment Technique to the temple? Xing asked. His eyes were bright, as if he could see through Chu Li's mind. Chu Li said seriously, yes. Good. Xing pressed his palms together at Chu Li. Thank you very much. Chu Li pressed his palms together and bowed. Xing turned his head and said, Hui Guang, your injuries are almost healed. You'll be in charge of imparting the technique. Yes, Abbot, Hui Guang said. He turned his head and said, let Ding Jian teach you the next 2 levels of the Dragon Elephant Wisdom Technique. Chu Li nodded and left the temple. 3 days later, Hui Guang summoned him to the temple again. The bell rang slowly, followed by Sanskrit chants that came with the night breeze. Hui Guang paced in front of the bamboo forest with his hands behind his back. Chu Li walked beside him and followed his footsteps. Ding Ru, on account of your contribution to the temple. Hui Guang's gray cowl fluttered as he walked slowly. I decided to let you cultivate in the Spirit Mountain once. Chu Li was confused. Hui Guang said, the Spirit Mountain is the temple's sacred land. To open it, there are strict conditions and a huge price to pay. What price? Chu Li asked. Hui Guang said, it requires 100 masters to open it together and sacrifice their cultivation level. 100 masters. Chu Li smiled bitterly. Master, I don't deserve that. Moreover, this is a crucial period for the temple in Star Cloud Island. Hui Guang said, without your Earth Matrix and Reincarnation Scripture and Wisdom Empowerment Technique, the temple will lose 18 top-notch masters this time. We'll lose 100 masters this time. Chu Li shook his head. Martial arts can be cultivated again if it's lost, but it's hard to save people if they're lost. Hui Guang said, we cultivate the Dharma, but we don't ignore lives. Chu Li asked, what kind of masters? We need masters with the name Wisdom, Hui Guang said slowly. Chu Li shook his head. Forget it, master. I didn't offer these 2 techniques for this. Ding Ru, you worry too much. The Great Mercy Temple won't lose so easily. Hui Guang stopped and said, I've asked you to enter the Spirit Mountain, so go. Don't say anything else. Master. Chu Li hesitated. Hui Guang scoffed. Entering the Spirit Mountain in 3 days is a rare opportunity. After you enter, we'll see how much you can understand with your wisdom. Chu Li sighed. Yes, Master. What's so special about the Spirit Mountain? Hui Guang said, the Spirit Mountain is the supreme holy land for cultivating the Dharma, and it's also the holy land for cultivating martial arts. Most importantly, the Spirit Mountain lasts for 100 years, but only 1 year here. Chu Li was surprised. He did not expect such a strange place to exist. He thought the time difference between the Outland and the First Heaven was already very mysterious. Hui Guang said, now I'll teach you the 12th level of the Dragon Elephant Wisdom. Chu Li nodded. Thank you, Master. Hui Guang scoffed. There's no need to thank me. Also, the Dharma, the most special Dharma, is the scripture you recite in the morning and evening classes. If you can understand the truth in the Spirit Mountain, you'll benefit immensely, and the Dragon Elephant Wisdom will improve by leaps and bounds. Chu Li was deep in thought. Then, Hui Guang personally taught him the Dragon Elephant Wisdom, starting from the 1st level, which was no different from what Ding Ru taught him. Then, he taught him the 5th level and finally the 12th level. On the morning of the 3rd day, Hui Guang came to his courtyard and personally brought him to a dilapidated temple behind the Great Mercy Temple. The temple was dilapidated. Chapter 26:19. The vicissitudes of time were evident here. After they entered, an old man with white eyebrows and beard walked out of the ruined basilica. He was trembling as if he could be blown away by a gust of wind. "Honorable Master." Monk Hui Guang pressed his palms together and said respectfully, "This is Ding Ru." Chu Li stepped forward and pressed his palms together. The old monk was skinny and had a protruding mouth and monkey cheeks. He did not look like an eminent monk at all. His eyes were yellow and turbid, and he did not look like an eminent monk at all. He sized up Chu Li with his turbid eyes and nodded. Let him in then." "Thank you, Honorable Master." Hui Guang pressed his palms together again. "Go." The old monk waved his hand and turned to walk into the basilica. Hui Guang gave Chu Li a look to signal him to follow. He then pressed his palms together again and left. Chu Li followed the old monk into the basilica. There was a Buddha statue in the north of the basilica. Its eyes were wide open like Vajra's glaring eyes, but it had the appearance of a Buddha. However, it was different from the usual Buddha's compassionate appearance. The old monk pressed his palms together in front of the Buddha statue and murmured Buddhist scriptures. Then he pointed at the tattered cattail hassock next to him and said, "Sit there." Chu Li sat on the cattail hassock in a lotus position. He was suddenly in a trance. Everything around him became so fast that he could not see clearly and was dazzled. Fortunately, he had the omniscient mirror and was not affected. Mahavairocana's immovable Buddha started chanting, and he instantly regained consciousness. After the old monk finished chanting, he turned to look at Chu Li. He saw that Chu Li was looking at him calmly. There was no joy or excitement. More importantly, Chu Li did not seem to be in a trance. It was as if he was still awake. He raised his eyebrows. "As expected, you're not an ordinary person." Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. The old monk slowly walked out of the basilica and went to the bronze bell in the courtyard. He gently rang it. Dong, 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 dong. 6 consecutive rings reverberated. Chu Li heard the bell clearly and felt his mind shake. He was about to fall into a trance again, but he recited Mahavairocana's immovable Buddha scripture again and regained consciousness. Then footsteps were heard. Ding Jian and Ding Shi were currently sparring in his monastery. Their palms and fists flew back and forth at lightning speed. Their figures could not be seen clearly, only 2 gray shadows. 2 figures appeared when they heard the bell. "This is," Ding Jian exclaimed, "the opening of Mount Spirited." Ding Shi nodded. "It's the opening of the Spirited Mountain. I didn't expect that we would really be able to witness the opening of the Spirited Mountain with our own eyes." Ding Jian shook his head and smiled. "I thought we wouldn't have a chance. I wonder which senior will have this opportunity." They all knew that the conditions to open the Spirited Mountain were extremely harsh. As the Great Mercy Temple grew stronger, it became increasingly difficult to open the Spirited Mountain. It had been a long time since the Spirited Mountain was opened. Ding Shi said, "It's 3rd Shitty." Ding Jian's eyes widened. Ding Shi said, "3rd Junior Brother Save Master. Furthermore, I heard that the martial ancestors who fought against Starry Cloud Island offered up an extremely profound inheritance." Ding Jian was suddenly enlightened. Chu Li heard the sound of footsteps. Soon, a group of old monks walked in slowly. All of them looked solemn as they sat cross-legged around him. Soon, the basilica was filled to the brim. The old monk stood in front of the Buddha statue and looked at the monks quietly. Then, he nodded and said, "There's no need for me to say anything more. Open it." The old monks put their palms together, lowered their eyes, and started chanting Buddha scriptures. Chu Li's mind went blank again, but he quickly regained his senses. After chanting for 10 minutes, they slowly floated into the air. Still sitting cross-legged, they began to spin slowly like gray flowers floating on water. Rays of golden light rushed out from the top of their heads and gathered in the air like streams of river water flowing into a lake. The golden light became more intense, but the area it covered became smaller. From covering the entire basilica, it slowly shrunk until it was the size of an umbrella, then the size of a round stool, and finally the size of a palm. As it continued to condense, The golden light became brighter and brighter. Finally, it became brighter than the sun. It was so bright that people could not look at it directly. The basilica was bathed in golden light. The Buddha statue that had its eyes wide open seemed to have closed them. Pop! The golden light suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle's eye and landed on Chu Li. The Buddha statue opened its eyes again. 2 rays of golden light shot out from its eyes and landed on Chu Li. The 3 rays of golden light intersected with each other. Then, everything turned dark. When the light returned, there was no one on the tattered cattail hassock. Chu Li felt his vision blur. Then, he realized that something was amiss. He could not feel himself in the heaven beyond heaven. Great light surpassing state. Chu Li sat up on the bed. The marrow cleansing technique had stopped circulating. He had finally cultivated his bone marrow to the silver and mercury-like state. His body was almost perfected. Bone marrow was the source of blood. Blood and energy were combined. Therefore, the stronger the bone marrow, the stronger the blood energy, and the stronger the body. His blood had been transformed by the bone marrow. It was different from ordinary people. Every time his heart beat, the nutrients and energy delivered by his blood were several times that of ordinary people. Therefore, his body was unimaginably strong. With a strong body, cultivating the dragon-elephant prajna technique would be twice the result with half the effort. He slowly circulated the dragon-elephant prajna technique in the courtyard. His original inner energy was completely transformed into the dragon-elephant prajna technique's inner energy. The dragon-elephant prajna technique was pure and refined. It made the body faster and stronger. He slowly practiced the movements. Soon, he reached the 1st level. He continued without rest and reached the 4th level in one go. Fortunately, he had the spiritual energy from the 2 upper heavens. Coupled with his deep cultivation in the Dharma, his speed was so fast. Unfortunately, he could no longer sense the situation in the spirit mountain. His soul, which was originally one, was now separated and went about its own business. He, who was in the outland, could not know what was happening in the spirit mountain. Similarly, he, who was in the spirit mountain, could not know what was happening in the outland. A hearty laugh suddenly floated in the sky of light surpassing state. It was ethereal, as if it was in the clouds. However, it was as clear as if it was close to his ear. Chu Li's expression changed. He instantly appeared in Fu Caiwei's courtyard at Taihao Peak. Fu Caiwei was lying quietly on the ground. She had died without a sound. Chu Li's expression was gloomy. He gently patted her chest and then disappeared. Chu Li's expression was gloomy. He gently patted her chest and then disappeared. The next moment, he returned to his own courtyard in light-surpassing state. The sky was still filled with Song Wuji's hearty laughter. "Since you're here, come over." "What are you laughing at?" Chu Li said coldly. His voice floated in the sky of light-surpassing state. It was condensed and did not dissipate. It resounded in every corner and everyone's ears. Sun Mingyue was in an empty martial arts field, guiding the disciples in their cultivation. When they heard the voice, the disciples looked up at her. Ji Mingfei and the other 3 women stepped forward and said in a low voice, "Boundary Master, let's go over." Sun Mingyue waved her hand and said, "Go and cultivate. Don't get involved in this." "Are we not going to help young Master Chu?" Ji Mingfei said hurriedly. Her eyes were clear and her purple robe fluttered. She could not wait to help Chu Li in the next moment. Sun Mingyue's robe was as white as snow. She was as cold as a gushy fairy. She scoffed unhappily and said, "Going over will only cause trouble. Just wait for the good news." She knew that Chu Li's encounter was strange. Song Wuji was far inferior to him. He would not be a match for Chu Li. After this battle, Chu Li's title as the world's #1 master was established. From then on, no one dared to provoke him. Thinking of this, she pursed her lips and smiled. Although she did not want to bask in Chu Li's glory, she could not help but feel happy to see Chu Li reach this stage. Chapter 2620. Master, can Master Chu really win? Ren Fong whispered, Song Wuji's martial arts must have improved tremendously after coming out of isolation. He used to be the world's #1. Just wait and see. Sun Ming, you rolled her eyes. Ji Ming Fei said impatiently, Sister Run, Master Chu has been in isolation as well. In terms of intelligence and comprehension, Master Chu is far better than Song Wuji. He will definitely beat him. That's true. Ren Fong tilted her head and thought about it. Her beautiful face revealed a naive expression. All the girls shook their heads. Even if they really thought that way, they couldn't say it out loud. Wasn't this the same as becoming the master of the Thunder Pool? Luckily, the master was open-minded. If not, Ren Fong wouldn't have been one of the 4 guardians. Another laugh floated down from the sky. Good, you sure are courageous. But I have to tell you that I have killed the young lady named Fu. You don't have to feel despair and pain anymore. Consider it a good deed. Chu Li laughed coldly. As the master of the Thunder Pool, you are so despicable. So what if you are the world's #1? I don't need others to judge me. I act according to my heart. I will live a happy life. Song Wuji laughed out loud and suddenly appeared in front of Chu Li. His blue robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked even more handsome than before. He looked like he was carved out of white jade. There was not a single flaw. He was perfect like a god. You don't need others to judge you. You are so arrogant. Do you really think you are the world's #1? Chu Li said coldly. Plus, do you really think you can kill Miss Fu? She can't be more dead. I won't leave any loose ends. Song Wuji narrowed his eyes, his expression stern. Then he smiled. Interesting. He felt the strong energy coming from Chu Li. It was as if he was facing a giant mountain that was about to topple over. He felt suffocated, and his instincts told him to get away. He didn't think that Chu Li had become so strong. If not, he wouldn't have come looking for him. He had already cultivated the spirit-devouring technique to its peak and was only half a step away from mastering it. Then, he could ascend to the upper heaven, so he wanted to get rid of Chu Li before he ascended. Once he ascended, no one would be able to stop him. Even if the next pool master of the Thunder Reservoir was wise, he would not be able to stop him. For the sake of their personal grudges and for the future of the Thunder Pool, they had to get rid of Chu Li. Seeing how strong Chu Li was, he wanted to retreat. He frowned and said, But if you save him now, there's still a glimmer of hope. Chu Li calmly said, You're trying to escape, aren't you? Of course, he could sense that he was stronger than Song Wuji. Moreover, Song Wuji's body had merged with the void and was faintly discernible. It was almost as if they were one entity, and it was difficult to tell them apart. This was a very familiar feeling, as it was the same for Shaoqi back then. This was a sign that he was about to step into the realm of perfection and ascend. He said slowly, Song Wuji, you created the spirit-devouring incantation and cultivated it to perfection. I'm impressed. Once the spirit-swallowing technique was perfected, one would be able to ascend. This meant that the spirit-swallowing technique had reached the level of the Heaven Martial Arts, which was the next level. One could be considered genius. Song Wuji proudly stroked his beard and smiled. He said lightly, I just have a bit more comprehension than you. Chu Li shook his head and said, It's just that I've lived for more than 1,000 years. He was confident that if he lived for more than 1,000 years, he would be able to create his own heart technique, and it would not be inferior to the spirit-devouring incantation. It was just that his cultivation time was too short. Even if he had a stomach full of martial arts knowledge, he did not have the time to ruminate and study it. Song Wuji scoffed and said, Arrogant. Then I'll leave first and wait for you up there. As soon as he finished speaking, he secretly channeled his inner energy and began to break through the last barrier. As long as this weak barrier was broken, he would be able to ascend straight to the heavens. Chu Li took a step forward and approached him. His golden fist had already hit Song Wuji. The dragon elephant wisdom was fully unleashed, increasing his speed and reflexes by a few times. Song Wuji could not even react in time and had already suffered a heavy punch. He roared in anger, Damn it! Puffed. He spat out an arrow of blood in the air. Chu Li took another step forward and hit him in the chest with his golden fist. Bang! Song Wuji's protective energy swelled to a blue color and flashed with electricity. It was no different from lightning. It was a protective energy formed from the power of the thunder pool. It was like a heavenly thunder protection. Chu Li's punch was too fast earlier. He did not even have time to activate his protective energy. Now that he had activated his protective energy, Chu Li's fist was blocked and a dull explosion was heard. Boom! The golden light on Chu Li's fist suddenly brightened. It penetrated the heavenly thunder protection and hit Song Wuji's body again. Bang! Song Wuji shot out like an arrow that left the bow. After spitting out a mist of blood in the air, he crashed into the wall of Chu Li's courtyard and crashed into the forest next to it. He passed through the forest in one breath and broke more than 20 old trees along the way. Finally, he landed with a boom, like a boulder falling into a pit. He sank deep into the ground as if he was buried alive. He struggled to get up, but he could not. His internal organs felt like they were broken. A strange force flowed in his body and kept canceling out his inner energy. The spirit-devouring technique could devour all energy in the world, but it was useless against this force. He could only watch as the force of the spirit-devouring technique disappeared. His body was weak, and he was defeated in 2 moves. He looked up at the sky and prepared to use his secret skill. Chu Li appeared in front of him in the next moment and stomped his foot. Bang! Song Wuji's right leg was crushed. He groaned and gritted his teeth to activate his technique. His face suddenly turned blue. He wanted to take out the thunder orb in his chest, but he was powerless. He could only release the thunder energy that was condensed in one of the extraordinary acupuncture points to attack Chu Li's strength. Chu Li hit him with his palm. The golden light hit the extraordinary acupuncture point that contained the thunder energy. Boom! It was like a thunderclap in the sky. Song Wuji immediately vomited blood. His right arm exploded into pieces. The lightning energy was initially tamed by him, but as soon as Chu Li's palm energy touched it, it immediately went berserk and shattered his right arm. Moreover, it spread all over his body, further injuring his internal organs and almost charred them black. Ah! Song Wuji roared. His body was surrounded by lightning. A bolt of lightning as thick as a baby's arm fell from the sky and hit the top of his head. Song Wuji was instantly shrouded in lightning. He could not look at it directly. Chu Li closed his eyes and observed with the omniscient mirror. Song Wuji recovered quickly in the lightning. His right arm and leg grew back quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was back to normal. The originally dazzling lightning slowly weakened. Chu Li frowned and pondered. He felt that Song Wuji was actually devouring the thunder energy, just like how the ageless longevity technique devoured life force. Thunder and lightning were the most young in the world. They could destroy everything, but they were full of vitality. They could absorb vitality from thunder and lightning instead of being devoured by it. This spirit-devouring technique was indeed extraordinary. No wonder one could ascend after cultivating it to perfection. Chu Li suddenly hit him with his palm. There was no golden light in his hand. The thunder quickly touched his body. Then his body flashed with lightning. It seemed that the thunder energy was transferred from Song Wuji to him. The thunder orb rotated at high speed. His body had been trained by the marrow cleansing technique and palm leaf scripture. He absorbed the thunder energy quickly. In the blink of an eye, the thunder orb was completely absorbed into the thunder orb. The color of the thunder orb darkened slightly. Chapter 26-21. Chu Li could clearly see that Song Wuji's body was faintly discernible, almost as if he had entered the void. This kind of escape into the void was different from the usual void teleportation. It was the complete integration of one with the void, a sign of ascension. Obviously, Song Wuji saw that things were not going well, so he no longer insisted on killing himself and ascended to the upper heaven first. Seeing that the situation was not good, he wanted to leave. Song Wuji's actions were flexible and shameless. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. It's not that easy to enter the upper heaven. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped into the air and struck Song Wuji with his golden palm. Song Wuji had already taken the last step and was about to ascend. However, he was not yet a person of the upper heaven, and his cultivation level did not increase much. He could only watch as the golden palm struck him. Bang! He flew 100 meters away again and spat out blood in the air. "Chu-Li, you've gone too far." Song Wuji scoffed and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Since he wanted to leave, he did not want to fight with Chu-Li in this world. Chu-Li should be magnanimous and let go of his grudges. However, this brat was not willing to let him go. He was really unreasonable and overboard. Another bolt of lightning struck him from the sky. He was in the middle of the lightning. The blue light was so bright that he could not look at it directly. Chu-Li drew the blue light to himself with his palm again and did not allow Song Wuji to recover. The color of the thunder orb in the void of his mind darkened. "Chu-Li, you can't stop me if I want to ascend." Song Wuji laughed coldly in the blue light. In this short period of time, the spirit-devouring technique had absorbed his vitality and recovered his cultivation level. If it was not for Chu-Li's dragon elephant wisdom that was overbearing and pure, he would not have been able to stop Song Wuji. Chu-Li knew that he needed to kill Song Wuji in one hit. If he did not kill him in one hit, Song Wuji would not die. He could use the spirit-devouring technique to continuously recover. The strange aura in the sky was getting stronger. The time for Song Wuji to ascend was getting closer. Chu-Li's thoughts turned quickly. Bang! Song Wuji was sent flying again. He flew 100 meters away and flew toward the stone tower. This stone tower was located in the forest and was hidden by the dense ancient trees. One would not be able to notice its existence unless they were close. Song Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew past the stone tower. He was about to summon the sky, thunder, when a black light shot out from the stone tower under his feet and lightly swept past his body. Song Wuji sensed danger approaching, but he could not react in time. The inner force of the dragon and elephant wisdom art was wreaking havoc in his body, causing him to become much slower. He could only watch helplessly as the dark light streaked across his body. Bang! With a muffled sound, Song Wuji fell straight to the ground, right under the base of the stone tower. He struggled to lean against the stone tower and looked down at the bloody line from his thigh to his chest. Just as he was about to speak, his body suddenly split into two halves. However, blood did not spurt out. The two halves of his body withered like wood, no longer a body of flesh and blood. Chu-Li took a step forward and stood in front of Song Wuji. He lowered his head to look at the heavenly demonic blade in his hand and sighed to himself. It had been a long time since he last used the heavenly demonic blade. His soul had become much stronger, and his spiritual force had become much stronger as well. Just like that, Song Wuji died under the heavenly demonic blade. Chu-Li suddenly had mixed feelings. Such a hero with unparalleled talent still died under his blade in the end. It was quite pitiful. Amidst the sound of fluttering sleeves, Sun Mingwei and the four great protectors fluttered over. When they came closer and saw the two halves of the body on the ground, they frowned. "This is?" Sun Mingwei asked. Chu-Li answered, "Song Wuji. He died just like that?" Sun Mingwei was shocked. Chu-Li sighed. "No matter how heroic a person is, he will die one day. You didn't expect him to die so early, did you?" He initially thought that Song Wuji would improve by leaps and bounds after his isolated cultivation and would pose a great threat to him. That was why he'd been advancing bravely and did not dare to slack off. Song Wuji's threat was also one of the reasons why he was able to cultivate to where he was today. He thought that he would be a threat for a long time, even to the upper heaven. He did not expect him to be killed just like that. "Congratulations." Sun Mingwei pursed her lips and smiled. "In the end, Song Wuji still died in your hands." Chu-Li looked away and sighed. "Bury him properly. No matter what, he is still the master of the Thunder Pool." "Of course." Sun Mingwei smiled. "We will send him back to the Thunder Pool." Chu-Li gave her a sidelong glance. He saw through Sun Mingwei's thoughts at once. She would definitely make good use of this opportunity to promote Great Light Surpassing State and form a strong deterrent. From then on, The strongest sect would be Great Sky Peak, but they were high above and did not care about worldly affairs. Below them would be Great Light, surpassing state. Who would dare to provoke Great Light, surpassing state? Sun Mingwe smiled. It's fine to use someone else's power to intimidate others, right? Up to you, Chu Li said. He looked up at the sky and suddenly felt a little eager. With Song Wuji's death, he felt a little less fettered and suddenly wanted to ascend. Sun Mingwe said, "You want to leave?" The life and death scripture hid the supreme Diamond Supreme scripture, so they could not speak directly in their hearts. However, their understanding of each other did not change. When she saw Chu Li's expression, Sun Mingwe could guess his mood. There was a sense of melancholy and emptiness. Without an opponent, he looked up blankly. Chu Li shook his head. He could not leave yet. He could only let Great Light's surpassing state stand proudly in the Grandmaster's boundary and build a strong foundation for them so that they would not be destroyed by others. Only then could Goddess Attraction Mountain be rebuilt, and he could leave with peace of mind. Going to the upper heaven was different from being in the Grandmaster's boundary. Once he went up, it would be difficult to return, and he could not return to the lower realm. Even if something happened, it would be beyond his reach. As his spirit became stronger, he could pass down some of the mysterious scriptures in his mind. He planned to pass them on to Sun Mingwe and Lu Yuro. The two of them could help each other and deal with all dangers and difficulties. Sun Mingwe said, "Leave if you want to. Without Song Wuji, the rest are nothing to worry about." Chu Li laughed and shook his head. Sun Mingwe said, "Let's do it this way. Let's test him first." "Oh." Chu Li looked at her with a smile. Sun Mingwe had always been a bishop. She acted honorably and openly, relying mainly on overt schemes. However, it did not mean that she was not proficient in conspiracies. She had a precise grasp of people's hearts and was able to see down to the smallest detail. Conspiracies were often at her fingertips. Sun Mingwe said, "Announce your ascension first." "Good idea." Chu Li shook his head and laughed. Sun Mingwe said, "Let's see who can hold it in. But you must be able to hold it in too. Are you tired of staying in the Grandmaster's boundary?" Chu Li shook his head. His stay in the Grandmaster's boundary was actually very short. It was far from the point where he was tired of it. Sun Mingwe said, "Then let's have fun for a while. Do you want to go to Lu Yuron's place?" Chu Li held back his laughter and shook his head. He could tell that Sun Mingwe was being sarcastic. Even if he really wanted to see Lu Yuron, he could not say in front of her. Sun Mingwe said, "There are still many fun places in the Grandmaster's boundary. You can come and go as you please now." Chu Li said, "Let's go to the light pool first." Sun Mingwe nodded. Chu Li held her hand, and the two of them disappeared. The four women looked at Song Wuji's corpse and were full of emotions. The arrogant Song Wuji ended up like this. I really don't know what to say. Ren Fong sighed. Ji Ming face smiled. Don't worry, you won't be like this. Ren Fong tilted her head and laughed. That's true. Chapter 26-22. 2 days later, a piece of news spread like wildfire throughout the outland. Song Wuji died at the hands of Chu Li, and Chu Li ascended to the first heaven. Most people were skeptical about this news. It was hard to hide Song Wuji's death. The Thunder Pool did not come out to refute the rumor, which meant that Song Wuji was most likely dead. Whether Chu Li ascended or died was another matter. Whether he ascended or died, no one could see his corpse. Light Surpassing State had already said everything. How could they say that Chu Li and Song Wuji perished together? Most people still believe that Chu Li and Song Wuji perished together. Some wrung their hands while others were excited. No matter what, the two towering peaks above their heads had fallen. From now on, they could breathe freely. After these two disappeared, more masters would appear. The world would be filled with heroes fighting for supremacy. It was a blessing for the world. The Thunder Pool was located on a towering peak. Unlike the other 8 divisions, there were no bustling cities around it. Instead, it was located within a mountain range. Sun Mingwe was in front in a snow-white robe. The 4 women were in colorful robes, carrying a coffin behind her. Their footsteps were as if they were riding the wind, silent and unmoving. The 5 of them arrived at the Thunder Pool and saw a group of people standing at the foot of the peak. 20 elders in blue robes stood in front, and more than 100 middle-aged men stood in a fan shape. Sun Mingwe glanced at them and closed fist saluted. "Seniors of the Thunder Pool, Master Song's corpse is here." "Thank you." The elder in front was tall and burly. His eyebrows were covered in a layer of white mist. His eyes were sharp like lightning as he stared coldly at Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe said solemnly, "Although Master Song died in our surpassing state, he was still a top-notch master. To die in a foreign land like this is too unfair." The elder in front said coldly, "Boundary Leader Sun's great kindness is felt by everyone in the Thunder Pool." Sun Mingwe said, "If your sect wants to take revenge on us, the light surpassing state can only accept it. After all, it was Chu Li who did it. Sigh, Master Song's death is a pity." The elder laughed coldly and did not speak. Sun Mingwe shook her head. "If Lake Master Song didn't harbor evil intentions and wanted to destroy our great light-surpassing boundary, Chu Li wouldn't have killed him." Without waiting for the old man to speak, she shook her head and said, "Although Lake Master Song's martial arts are strong, the way he does things is not agreeable. He even sneaked into Great Sky Peak to kill Miss Fu Kai Wei." "Shut up." A middle-aged man behind him shouted and said coldly, "Master Chi has always been wise. How can he allow a woman like you to slander him?" Sun Mingwe laughed in spite of herself and said, "If Master Song Chi did not do such a thing, how could I speak carelessly?" "Nonsense." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth as he coldly replied, "You killed the pool chief and even came here personally to provoke us. Sun Mingyu, do you think that once the pool chief is gone, there will be no one left in the Thunder Pools?" Sun Mingwe sighed and shook her head. "My good intentions were misinterpreted like this. It's really, you are so hypocritical and disgusting." The middle-aged man coldly laughed. "My name is Song Ji Chung. I would like to see what you are capable of." Sun Mingyu was shocked as an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. She glanced around and glanced at all the elites from the Thunder Pools. She then sighed and said, "Is this how the Thunder Pools behave? Behave my ass. I will just kill all of you." Song Ji Chung shouted. Sun Mingyu shook her head and had a look of disapproval on her face. "If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. All right then, let me see what the Thunder Pools are capable of." Everyone's eyes widened. They didn't think that Sun Mingyu would have the guts to attack them. This was the Thunder Pools after all. They were instantly enraged. Though this woman was beautiful, she was far too arrogant. She didn't respect the Thunder Pools at all. All right. Song Ji Chung gritted his teeth and laughed coldly. "Let's see what the Thunder Pools are capable of." He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. Instantly, thunder rumbled and dark clouds gathered, forming a pitch-black umbrella. Under the umbrella, lightning flashed. Streaks of silver lightning flashed. Sun Mingyu's beautiful eyebrows twitched as she smiled. Kaboom! After a loud rumble, all the lightning transformed into a thick silver sword that pierced through Song Ji-cheng's head. In an instant, he floated into the air. Everyone saw how arrogant Sun Mingyu was, and how she allowed the new Thunderpool leader to use his strongest technique. They shook their heads and thought that she didn't know what was good for her. After Song Wu-ji came out of his isolation, he had the intention to ascend. Hence, he passed the position of Thunderpool leader to his grandson, Song Ji-chung. Once he became the Thunderpool leader, he would be able to use the Enlightened Master's descent technique. How could she withstand the mystical art of the Thunder Reservoir? Chu Li might be able to withstand it, but she wasn't Chu Li. She would die without a doubt. A peerless beauty dying under the lightning and turning into a charred corpse was unbearable. Kacha! A crisp sound rang out. Sun Mingyu gently blocked his palm. Lightning swirled around her jade-like hand and didn't dissipate. Song Ji-chung flew backwards and spat out blood in midair. His eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone was in disbelief as well. Song Ji-cheng's attack was like the descent of a god. Nobody could block it. Yet, Sun Mingyu blocked it and even sent Song Ji-chung flying. Her cultivation level was so high that it was shocking. She wasn't any weaker than the previous Thunderpool leader, Song Wuji. Sun Mingyu flashed again and appeared in front of Song Ji Cheng in the next moment. She pressed her palm down. Song Ji Cheng's body that was flying backwards suddenly stopped and fell straight down to the ground. He didn't move at all. He was dead. Pool leader. The tall elder had already rushed out, but he was too late. He could only watch as Song Ji Cheng died under Sun Mingyu's palm. His white hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with electricity as he shouted, "You are courting death." Sun Mingyu shook her head and smiled. "You shouldn't be courting death. Do you want your Thunderpool to be destroyed? I don't believe that you can really destroy our Thunderpool." The tall elder roared as he took out a small pearl from his chest. It turned into a ray of blue light and shot towards Sun Mingyu. Sun Mingyu disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, she was behind the tall elder. Her jade-like palm gently patted his back. The tall elder stood straight on the spot. Blood and flesh spurted out of his mouth. He fell to the ground and didn't move at all. He was dead. Sun Mingyu's speed was as fast as lightning. She was faster than they could react. This was the mystical ability of the palm leaf scripture. It allowed her to be as pure as it could be. In addition to Chu Li's cultivation level, he had already surpassed everyone in this world. As for the dragon and elephant wisdom technique, he didn't dare to pass it on. He didn't want to get into trouble. However, the palm leaf scripture was fine. Moreover, the marrow cleansing technique was also passed on. With a loud bang, the small blue bead exploded into a huge pit after it fell to the ground. "Elder Chu!" Everyone shouted in anger. Sun Mingyu took a step back to her original position. She chuckled. Everyone's mind went blank for a moment. They were enraged. Their killing intent was like a raging wave. "Kill!" Everyone roared and rushed forward. Sun Mingyu smiled and went forward. Her graceful body turned into a ray of light and shuttled through the crowd. Compared to her speed, everyone else seemed to be moving in slow motion. One by one, the masters either fell to the ground or flew far away and landed on the ground with a thud. Not a single one of them didn't die on the spot. In the blink of an eye, half of the masters had fallen. "Stop!" Someone yelled hoarsely. His shout was like a thunderclap. Everyone came back to their senses. When they saw the situation around them, they broke out in cold sweat and trembled. Chapter 26-23. Sun Mingyu looked at them with a smile. Her clear eyes were like spring water, reflecting each of their faces. Their faces were pale as they stared at their surroundings. Half of their companions were gone. Without exception, they were all lying on the ground, motionless and dead. The four great protectors stood nearby. Their gazes were calm. It was obvious that they were not surprised by the scene. Sun Mingyu looked at them quietly. She did not speak, but she looked at them with encouragement. It was as if she was encouraging them to continue fighting. Their hearts were cold. Their bodies were trembling. They wanted to run away. However, this was where the Thunderpool was. It was their home. They could run, but not the temple. There was nowhere to run. The middle-aged man who shouted earlier stepped forward and closed fist saluted. "Is Boundary Leader's son going to kill all of us?" Sun Mingyu chuckled and shook her head. "When did I want to kill all of you? I'm just trying to protect myself. It's a pity that so many Thunderpool masters died. It's just that I can't hold back in a battle of life and death. If I want to live, I have to kill them." The middle-aged man wanted to slap her to death. However, he knew that if he did, he would be the one who would be killed. Boundary Leader's son's martial arts is brilliant. We are impressed. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and suppressed his anger and killing intent. He took another deep breath and suppressed his anger again. However, he could not suppress it no matter what. When he saw the smile under Sun Mingyu's calm expression, his anger and killing intent surged. He was forced to risk his life. Sun Mingyu smiled. Sun Mingyu smiled. Compared to Song Wuji, Song Qizhu is still far behind. Unfortunately, he encountered Chu Li and could only die tragically. This is Song Qizhu's corpse. You guys should take a look at it to avoid making a mistake. All right. The middle-aged man nodded slowly. He used his words to suppress his killing intent and glanced at the crowd. Their faces were as pale as paper. Their bodies trembled and they wanted to turn around and leave. However, at the same time, they had the urge to die together. The middle-aged man was shocked. He felt that something was off. He knew very well what kind of people the experts around him were. Many of them were strong-willed people, but there were also many who were slippery people. Although their martial arts were strong, they were not good at fighting head-on. They did not want to fight head-on with others. When faced with this kind of situation, they would first avoid the sharp edge and then slowly come up with a plan. At this moment, these slippery people also had the intention to destroy indiscriminately. It was obvious that Sun Mingyue was behind this. She wanted to destroy the Thunder Pools in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, he became calmer and calmer. He hoped to say a few more words to calm everyone down and not attack. Open the coffin. Sun Mingyue clapped her hands. Ji Mingfei lightly patted the beautiful red sandalwood coffin. Immediately, the coffin lid opened, revealing Song Wuji's corpse. The two halves of the body were pieced together. At first glance, it seemed to be complete. However, one could not look closely, otherwise, one would definitely be able to discover the injuries. The middle-aged man came to the coffin alone and carefully looked at it. Then, he stretched out his hand and gently touched the shoulder of Song Wuji's corpse. His face was solemn as he slowly nodded and said, Song Qiju's right shoulder was once injured. Although it has recovered, there is still a scar left. This is indeed Song Qiju. As soon as he retracted his hand, the corpse that had been pieced together suddenly moved and then split into two halves. The middle-aged man's eyes turned red. Seeing that Song Wuji, whom he respected like a god, had died, he was already in pain. Now that he saw Song Wuji in this state, he could no longer hide his anger and killer's intent. He glared at Sun Mingyue. You can't blame me for this. Sun Mingyue waved her hand and sighed. This is Chu Li's doing. The sky demon blade slashed down, and this is the result. What a pity, what a pity. When everyone heard this, they all rushed to the front of the coffin. When they saw the situation inside, they were instantly enraged and their eyes turned red. The Thunder Pools were originally the weakest of the 9 divisions. They were similar to the Hall of Rain and were looked down upon. Like a phoenix that had fallen to the ground, they were no better than a chicken. Their days were extremely difficult. Ever since Song Wuji became the leader of the Thunder Pools, his rise was unstoppable. He soared to the sky and was like the sun in the sky. For thousands of years, nobody dared to provoke him. Even the disciples of the Tai Hao Peak did not dare to provoke the disciples of the Thunder Pools. In their eyes, Song Wuji was no different from a celestial being. No matter how slippery an expert was, when facing Song Wuji, they would all be filled with reverence and sincerity. Without Song Wuji, they wouldn't be able to hold their heads high and have such a powerful Thunder Pool. But now, Song Wuji, who was like a god, was split into two. They could not accept this. All of their rationality disappeared, leaving only a violent impulse to destroy all their enemies. Kill. They rushed towards the 4 women. Even though they were in a violent situation and lost all rationality, they still knew that Sun Mingyue was not someone they could provoke. The 4 women softly hummed and were like 4 flowers blooming in a crowd. The flowers spun gently, and wherever they passed, people would be thrown out. Then, they would fall to the ground and die. Sun Mingyue stood at the side with her hands behind her back. Her white gown fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy as she watched the 4 women deal with the masters. The masters of the Thunder Pools were indeed not ordinary. Lightning flashed around their bodies. If it were other masters, they would not be able to withstand the power of thunder and lightning. However, she and the 4 women were not afraid at all. Their bodies had been refined to the point of being extremely pure. In just a short while, there were only a dozen masters left. They finally came to their senses. These 4 beautiful young ladies were not to be provoked. It was better for them to escape first. Hence, they turned around and ran. However, they were blocked by the 4 women. They knew what Sun Mingyue was thinking. Hence, they did not kill all of the masters. They just kept pressuring them and threatened them with death. Woo! A long howl suddenly rang out. Sun Mingyue revealed a smile. At that moment, a group of blue-robed elders appeared in midair. Following them were middle-aged men and even some young experts. There were close to 1,000 of them. All the masters of the Thunder Pools were moving out. Sun Mingwe laughed softly. The Thunder Pools are just so. Kill this whore. A black-faced elder shouted angrily as he pointed at Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe coldly laughed. With a step, she arrived in front of the black-faced elder and slammed down with her palm. The white and jade-like palm had already landed on the black-faced elder. The black-faced elder's body seemed to have been stripped of all his bones. He turned into a pile of mud and slid down. Then he silently died. His eyes were still wide open. The rest of the people were furious. They had seen everything from the mountain peak. They felt that Sun Mingwe must have used some kind of demonic technique. If not, why would the experts of the Thunder Pools just watch as she made her move? They just stood there and did nothing. Only when they were personally at the scene did they realize that it wasn't that they didn't react. It was that they didn't have enough time. Sun Mingwe's speed was extraordinary. Kill. Very quickly, they were driven by anger and boiling, killing intent. They rushed towards Sun Mingwe without a care for their own safety. Their eyes were already bloodshot. Sun Mingwe's figure flashed as she passed through the experts. Everywhere she went, no one could stop her. After a while, Sun Mingwe stopped. She turned her head and looked around. Countless corpses were lying on the ground. It was a tragic scene. The four women looked at everything and shook their heads. They couldn't bear to see this. Sun Mingwe humphed. If we don't kill them all, they will kill us all. Put away your compassion. Yes, Realm Master. They hurriedly put on solemn expressions. Chapter 26-24. Understood. The four ladies answered crisply. They leaped up and floated directly towards the towering giant peak. The giant peak immediately rumbled. Thunder rumbled and lightning flickered. It was as if silver chains were winding around the giant peak, emitting a dazzling silver light. The momentum was astonishing. It was the great mountain protecting formation of the lightning pool. The four ladies floated up as if they were being pulled by ropes. They rushed into the giant peak. Sun Mingwe glanced around and said, "Everyone, do you want to show yourselves?" Amidst the laughter, more than 10 middle-aged men appeared above the dense forest. They cupped their fists and smiled. Witnessing the brutality of Sun Mingwe and the four guardians, they felt chills down their spines. The Thunder Pool was powerful because of Song Wuji. However, Song Wuji had also nurtured a group of top-notch fighters for the past 1,000 years. Therefore, Song Wuji was not the only top-notch fighter in the Thunder Pool. The two groups of fighters they saw earlier were the elites of the Thunder Pool. If they were released, none of the 9 divisions would be able to stop them. Even Taihao Peak would be in danger. Yet, these two groups of fighters were powerless against Sun Mingwe and the four guardians. They could not even harm a hair on the women's heads. It was truly shocking. They were both glad and disappointed. They were glad that they saw this scene and knew how powerful Sun Mingwe and the light-surpassing state were. They were disappointed that Sun Mingwe was so ruthless that she did not even bat an eyelid when she killed. Such a ruthless woman, no matter how beautiful she was, would not be able to enjoy it. Looking at Sun Mingwe now, no matter how beautiful she was, they were unmoved. They felt as if they were walking on thin ice. Sun Mingwe looked at the 16 middle-aged men calmly. "You are here to watch the show, right? Not the helpers of the Thunder Pool?" "Of course not." One of the middle-aged men waved his hand and smiled. "We only heard that Song Wuji from the Thunder Pool died, so we came to investigate. But, Realm Master Sun, do you really want to destroy the Thunder Pool?" Another middle-aged man nodded. "The Thunder Pool is a matter of great importance. It concerns the safety of the sky beyond heaven. Realm Master Sun, it is better for you to be cautious. The Thunder Pool is related to the movement of thunder and lightning. How can we be ignorant and destroy it?" Sun Mingwe said calmly, "Actually, I'm also in a difficult position, and I can't do anything about it. I sent Song Wuji's corpse over out of goodwill, but I was treated like this. I really have no one to complain to." Yes, they're used to being arrogant." The first middle-aged man hurriedly nodded and said, "However, it's fine to teach them a lesson. Let them know how powerful Realm Lord Sun is, and they will behave themselves. Don't they know how powerful I am? So many of them have died, but they still want to kill me, don't they? Sun Mingwe shook her head lightly and sighed. I admire their unyielding character. The middle-aged men cursed in their hearts. Although they weren't the strongest experts in the world, those who dared to be sent to the lightning reservoir were all the best in the sect. They could vaguely tell that something was amiss. Sun Mingwe must have used some tricks to make the experts of the lightning reservoir risk their lives. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so unwise as to send himself to his death. No matter how loyal and fanatical they were, when they saw so many people dying, they knew that they would only be throwing their lives away. They would hesitate and back off. Sun Mingwe said, I'm relieved that you aren't here to join the fun. Otherwise, it would be difficult to deal with this. As she spoke, her bright eyes swept over the faces of the dozen or so people. They shuddered, and their hair stood on end. They wanted nothing more than to turn and run. He, the middle-aged man who spoke first, was handsome and wore a green robe. He looked elegant and friendly. He chuckled and said, I really have to congratulate Realm Lord Sunday. From now on, the Great Light Surpassing Realm will be one of the strongest sections. I don't deserve it, Sun Mingwe said lightly. With the 9 divisions at the front, the Great Light Surpassing Realm is just a bystander. Everyone felt numb when they heard this. Sun Mingwe was really good at lying through her teeth. She had already killed almost all of the lightning reservoir, and she could still say such things. Among the 9 divisions, the first was the Great Sky Peak, the second was the Heaven-Shaking Tower, and the third was the Lightning Reservoir. In fact, some people said that the Lightning Reservoir's strength was comparable to the Great Sky Peak. With a super expert like Song Wuji, they could fight against countless experts. The Lightning Reservoir's foundation was just one level lower than the Great Sky Peak and the Heaven-Shaking Tower. In addition, Song Wuji rarely took care of secular affairs, so he never competed with the other 2 sections. They never thought that the Lightning Reservoir would be killed before Song Wuji ascended. Sun Mingwe's actions were too ruthless. She did not live up to the name of the Great Light Surpassing Realm. Boom! A muffled sound came from the Lightning Reservoir. Then, bolts of lightning descended from the sky like silver snakes, bombarding the giant peak where the Lightning Reservoir was. The dozen or so middle-aged men looked at Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe glanced at them calmly and stood where she was. She had no intention of rushing over to see what was going on. You all deserve to die. The roar came from the sky, sounding like a bronze bell. The dozen or so middle-aged men's expressions changed slightly. They looked at each other and immediately understood that this was the appearance of a hidden expert from the Lightning Reservoir. The 9 divisions had a long history, so there must be an old man like this. He could be considered a sect treasure. Realm Lord Sun, the middle-aged man in the green robe, smiled and reminded, Do you want to go and take a look? No need, Sun Mingwe said lightly. They can handle it. I'm afraid that he is a sect guardian expert of the lightning pool. He is cultivated for over 1,000 years. We cannot face him head-on, the green-robed, middle-aged man advised. Sun Mingwe said indifferently, Then we'll have to see the power of this sect's guardian expert. Boom, rumble, boom. The deafening noises continued to ring out. Then, 6 people appeared in the sky. For women in different clothes were the 4 great protectors of Great Light Surpassing Realm. They were fighting with 2 blue-robed elders. White light and blue light collided. The 2 blue-robed elders were unable to breathe under the pressure of Jiming, Fei, and the others. They were so angry that they cried out loudly. Lightning flashed around their bodies like deities, but they were suppressed by the 4 beautiful women. They looked delicate and frail, and their movements were graceful and elegant. Their punches were light and gentle, without any smoke or fire. It was as if they were dancing and dancing, a type of great enjoyment. Their power was astonishing. The dozen or so middle-aged men secretly shivered. If it was them, they might not even be able to withstand 2 moves. Previously, they had not used their full strength, and now that they had encountered the old man, they had to use their full strength. Sun Mingwe frowned and said, Don't delay anymore. Quickly finish them off. Yes. Ji Ming, Fei responded. Hum. The four women's fists suddenly converged in the air, and then turned into a ball of light, like the sun falling. Then the light spread out. The two elders were flashing with lightning, but under the lightning quickly dimmed. Then they flew backwards, spitting out blood in the air. After landing heavily on the ground, they twitched twice, opened their eyes with difficulty, and breathed their last unwillingly. The dozen or so middle-aged men cupped their fists and said, Realm Leader's son, we still have matters to attend to. We'll leave first. Take care. Sun Mingwei cupped her fists and said lightly, Don't worry, the lightning pool will not be destroyed. We are just protecting ourselves. Yes, yes. They responded randomly, turned around, and disappeared. Ji Ming, Fei, and the others floated in front of Sun Mingwei and said, Realm Leader, are they scared out of their wits? Whether they are brave or not depends on whether they value the benefits. Sun Mingwei scoffed. Can't they be intimidated? Ren Fong scoffed. Sun Mingwei shook her head. They won't shed a tear until they see the coffin. Seeing is believing, hearing is believing. Chapter 26-25. Sun Mingwei frowned and said plainly, Who are you? Our origins are not important. The four gray-robed elders were all withered like wood. Their faces were full of wrinkles like old pine trees. Only their eyes were bright like lightning, as if they could see through people's hearts. Sun Mingwei scoffed and said, So you want to kill me? Realm Leader Sun's existence has already threatened the peace of the Outland. The gray-robed elder in the lead said slowly. His figure was even taller, his back slightly hunched. He looked like an old tortoise, but he wasn't ugly. Instead, he gave off a bit more of a pure and strange aura, as if he was an immortal cultivator transcending the mortal world. Sun Mingwei sneered and said plainly, Oh, I have such ability. What do you mean? Realm Leader's son naturally understands. The gray-robed elder in the lead said calmly, The Thunder Pool is one of the 9 divisions. It concerns the stability of the entire Outland. Looking at Realm Leader's son's intention, after the Thunder Pool, there are 8 other divisions. They must all surrender and become the world's #1 sect. I don't have that ambition. It's just that Song Wuji has a grudge against Chuli. He even wanted to destroy our light-surpassing territory. This time, I personally brought his corpse here. It's a show of sincerity. However, the Thunder Pool treated him like this. This disappointed me, so I was a little heavy-handed. Just a little heavy-handed, and the Thunder Pool already destroyed the sect. If I was a little more heavy-handed, wouldn't I have killed everyone? Light-surpassing territory is an orthodox sect. How could we do such a thing? Sun Mingwei said indifferently. Senior, you think too much of me, but it doesn't matter to you that I'm vicious and ruthless, right? If I'm not wrong, you're from the Elders Guild? Realm Leader's son is indeed smart. The turtle-like elder nodded slowly and said, We are indeed from the Elders Guild. We're here on behalf of the Elders Guild. The omnipresent Elders Guild. Sun Mingwei shook her head lightly. She knew that Chuli had always wanted to cause trouble for the Elders Guild because the Elders Guild's decision had caused countless innocent people in the lower realm to die tragically. He was very angry at the Elders Guild and wanted to take revenge. In the beginning, he wanted to sneak into the Elder Council and overthrow it after understanding it. In the end, he couldn't find a way in. As the Realm Lord of the Surpassing Light Realm, she was also a member of the Elder Council. However, she never had the chance to participate in the affairs of the Elder Council. This was the first time she saw a member of the Elder Council. She did not have a good impression of the Elders Guild either. She felt that this group of old fellows did not do proper work and acted tyrannically. They wanted to control the realm beyond heaven and were a great threat to her. However, she did not expect them to find her so soon. She had long decided that once she had the chance to participate, she would definitely help Chu Li fulfill his wish. Realm Lord's son is too serious. The old man shook his head and said with a smile, Realm Lord's son is stirring up trouble everywhere, causing the world to be in chaos and disputes everywhere. As the Elders' Council, we can't just sit back and watch. Then what do we do? Sun Mingwe asked calmly. Realm Master Sun only needs to swear that he will not seek hegemony, that he will not contend for supremacy, and that he will live in peace. The old man smiled and said, maintaining the status quo, the world will be at peace, and it will also be a blessing for the common people. How is that not seeking hegemony and not contending for supremacy? Sun Mingwe said, I want to carry forward the great light surpassing realm and become famous in the world. Is that seeking hegemony? Realm Lord Sun's intention is clear. Women are not inferior to men, and it makes men feel ashamed, the old man said. Sun Mingwe said, I will not fight for the world's first place. It can be considered as not seeking hegemony and not contending for supremacy, right? The old man shook his head lightly. Not even the world's second place. Sun Mingwe frowned and said faintly, the Elders Guild is indeed very lenient. What if I don't agree? Then we can only take down Realm Lord Sun, the old man said with a smile. Sun Mingwe chuckled and shook her head. You can't be thinking that Chu Li has ascended, so you can do whatever you want, right? That's right. The old man smiled and said, if Chu Li was here, we would indeed have to be cautious. Now that Chu Li has ascended, there's only Realm Lord Sunday. It's hard to support him alone, so it's better not to go against the Elders Guild's intention. Sun Mingwe said, then I will really go against the rules today. Come on, if you can take me down, then you have the ability. Don't mention anything else. Then I will offend you, the old man said slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 gray-robed old men appeared in the void again. The 12 of them formed a circle, but it was not a straight circle. Instead, they followed a strange pattern and formed a formation that enveloped Sun Mingwe. Sun Mingwe scoffed softly. Boom! It was like a thunderclap exploded in the ears of the 12 old men. Their faces suddenly flushed red. Their faces that were full of wrinkles seemed to have become much fuller, and their wrinkles became much lighter. Oomph. They could not help but snort. They hurriedly tried to suppress their turbulent blood energy, and at the same time swallowed the fishy taste in their mouths again, pretending that nothing had happened. Sun Mingwe scoffed again. Their faces flushed red again, and their wrinkles became even lighter. Sun Mingwe exhaled and said calmly, You've been planning this for a long time. You really are cunning old foxes. However, whether or not you Elders Council has the final say depends on your own ability. Her words also contained a powerful force. It was not only inner energy, but also mental energy. Under the spirit refinement art, the disciples of great light, surpassing realm, all had strong mental energy. Sun Mingwe was even stronger. She used the auspicious divine technique, which pushed her mental energy to the extreme, making it impossible to defend against. The auspicious divine technique was also a first-rate mental cultivation technique in the upper realm. In the realm beyond heaven, it was one of the supreme divine techniques with astonishing power. Wah! The 12 old men could no longer hide it. They all vomited blood. The formation had already been broken. Since their inner energy could not circulate, the formation was naturally broken. Sun Mingwe scoffed and said, If Elders Council really wants to interfere in my affairs, then send more powerful experts. You guys are still lacking. Let's go. Yes, Realm Master. Jiming Fei and the other women responded crisply. They looked at the 12 old men who were vomiting blood with a faint smile. At this moment, their injuries were even worse. They felt as if their heart meridians had been broken. They did not dare to circulate their inner energy anymore. Sun Mingwe scoffed and disappeared with the 4 women in front of their eyes. The 5 of them appeared in the main hall of great light, surpassing realm. The red-clothed Run Fong said, Realm Master, are you really going to go against the Elders Council? Jiming Fei said softly, I don't think it's appropriate either. The Elders Council is not like the Thunder Reservoir. They are unfathomable. Moreover, they are everywhere. It is impossible to guard against them. If they were really that strong, Song Wuji would not be so unscrupulous. Sun Mingwe said plainly, One person can defeat 10 people. Let's see how much they can do. Renfeng said in a sweet voice. That's right. This little bit of ability is not enough. Sun Mingwei waved her hand and said, have you moved the books from the Thunder Reservoir back? Have you moved the inner treasures back as well? Naturally. Jiming Fei smiled sweetly and said, the Thunder Reservoir is empty now. However, there are still experts holding the fort. They are just enduring the humiliation and did not come out. Whoever tries to take advantage of them will definitely be unlucky. Sun Mingwen nodded lightly. That's good. Be careful. The Elders' Council will not give up. The four women smiled confidently. They all knew that Chu Li had not ascended and was still in great light surpassing realm. They were very calm and fearless. Sun Mingwei came to Chu Li's courtyard. Chapter 26:26. Chu Li was cultivating the dragon elephant wisdom in the courtyard. When he saw her, he smiled. Did you send Song Wuji back to the Thunder Pool? He cleaned up the Thunder Pool. Novels. Sun Mingwei frowned. But he also angered the old guys in the Elders' Council. Chu Li stopped what he was doing. His eyes lit up. The courtyard brightened up for a moment before returning to normal. I know you've always been interested in the Elders' Council. Sun Mingwei pursed her lips and smiled. I finally got a glimpse of it today. They're indeed top-notch masters. Those 12 were all top-notch masters. With the support of the formation, they were a force to be reckoned with. Unfortunately, they met her. Very good. Chu Li stopped his technique and exhaled a mouthful of murky air. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose in the courtyard, whistling past and slowly subsiding. Sun Mingwei said, this time, they returned in failure. Based on their arrogance, they will not give up. There will be opportunities in the future. Should we go look for them now? Chu Li remained silent. He believed that Sun Mingwei must have used some tricks to find them. Sun Mingwei knew that the Elders' Council had always been his target. Sun Mingwei smiled. What's there to hesitate about? There's no rush. Chu Li shook his head slowly. Sun Mingwei tilted her head and looked at him. Chu Li said, other than the Elders' Council, there might be others. Let's wait and see. It's best to deal with them at once to avoid trouble. If he really ascended and left, he could not help Sun Mingwei even if he wanted to. That was why he needed to deter them. Even if he really ascended, they would not dare to act recklessly to buy time for Sun Mingwei. Sun Mingwei was diligently cultivating the palm leaf scripture and the marrow cleansing technique. Her body was getting stronger and stronger. With the help of his traction technique, she could do whatever she wanted. However, it would take some time. If her body was not strong enough, she would not be able to withstand his cultivation. Sun Mingwei said, no matter how I think about it, there shouldn't be any more. The Taihao Peak will not speak carelessly. The heaven-shaking pavilion is good at adapting to the situation. They can also predict good and bad luck. They won't act recklessly. The rest is nothing to worry about. Chu Li said, it's better to be careful. There will always be unexpected masters waiting for an opportunity to soar. Just like the light surpassing state, you have to step on others to build your reputation. If he really is an expert, then he should go look for Great Heaven Peak. Why would he come look for us? Sun Mingwei said with a smile. Chu Li shook his head. After defeating the Thunder Pool, the Great Light Surpassing State is now in the limelight. All right, I'll be careful. Sun Mingwei nodded. Chu Li looked around and realized that he was sitting on the peak of a mountain. There was nothing around him except for the endless void. Even if he used the omniscient mirror to observe, he could not see anything else other than the mountain he was sitting on. It was like a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded only by seawater. In this place, the mountain was like a small boat, and the void was like the seawater, boundless and boundless, causing people to feel an indescribable sense of despair. Chu Li got rid of all distracting thoughts and negative thoughts as he observed his surroundings. He wanted to find out exactly where he was. He was already isolated from the sky beyond heavens and could not sense the world below him. It was a very strange feeling. After using the omniscient mirror to observe for 6 hours, it was still an endless void. There was nothing else there. He gave up and began to reflect on the towering peak beneath him. He wanted to find out what kind of existence this peak was and why it was so strange. Under the observation of the omniscient mirror, he realized that the mountain was actually made of jade. It was as if the mountain was built with a piece of jasper. It was hard to imagine how much jasper had been used to build such a towering mountain. What was even more strange was that the mountain peak was covered with lush trees. These trees were different from ordinary ones, and they were all overflowing with spiritual energy. It was as if every blade of grass and every tree was a rare treasure of the world. After consuming them, one's power would explosively increase, and their cultivation would greatly increase. He dared not believe that there was such a good thing. Could this be the so-called spirit mountain of the Great Mercy Temple? He slowly climbed down. Since he could not see his surroundings from the top, what about the bottom of the mountain? It couldn't be floating in the void, right? He would eventually be able to find the mountain's roots. Once he found the roots, he would be able to find the ground and expand. As he climbed down step by step, he realized that he could not use his inner power. The fourth level of the dragon elephant wisdom was gone. Only the void in his mind was unaffected. The omniscient mirror and scriptures were still there. It was easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. For someone with such a strong body, he should be able to break this rule. Unfortunately, he still had to abide by this rule on this mountain. He was careful with every step he took. He always felt that he would fall and break into pieces if he was not careful. He quickly smiled and suddenly remembered that he had God's limbs. His body flashed, and he suddenly returned to the top of the mountain after descending 100 meters. Then, he suddenly appeared at his previous position. Being on this mountain, he could not use his inner power, but his divine powers were still there. As such, he cast aside his cautiousness and quickly walked down at lightning speed. This mountain indeed had a strange power. If he was not careful, he would lose his footing and fall. When he was in the air, Chuli used God's limbs and returned to his original position. He kept falling and falling back and forth. Unknowingly, he had done this more than 100 times. Finally, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Chuli shook his head helplessly. He was at the foot of the mountain, and below him was an endless void. This towering mountain was actually a rootless mountain that floated in the void, just like the floating city of the Longevity Church. However, compared to this mountain, the Longevity Churches was like a child's toy. The omniscient mirror could not observe it, which showed how huge this mountain was. Chuli lowered his head to look at the void below him. Clouds and mist covered his eyes, and he could not see anything clearly. There was only a vast expanse of whiteness. It was the same even with the omniscient mirror. He suddenly leaped and fell like a meteor. After falling for more than 10 meters, he activated God's limbs again and returned to the foot of the mountain. Chuli let out a long sigh of relief and felt refreshed. Previously, he was still worried that God's limbs would suddenly fail after he leaped down and could not be used in the void. If that happened, you would not be able to return to this mountain, and the consequences would be unpredictable. Now, it seemed like he could return. The white mist in the vast void could not hide God's limbs. He no longer had any misgivings. He leaped down and continued to descend. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he once again activated his God's limbs and returned to the foot of the huge mountain in a flash. The next moment, he suddenly sensed something and returned to the peak in a flash. An incomparably huge Buddha statue that was as huge as this mountain slowly appeared in the distant void. It was faintly discernible. The void was like a white veil that covered the true appearance of the huge Buddha statue. Only its silhouette and the golden light shining from its body could be vaguely seen. When Chuli saw this golden light, he instantly felt that it was familiar. This golden light was different from the usual golden light. He immediately remembered that he was bathed in this golden light in the basilica of the outer temple of the Great Mercy Temple. After meditating for a year, he achieved heaven's ear and hearing. He did not know where this golden light came from. He vaguely felt that it had a miraculous effect on understanding the Buddhist doctrine. Unfortunately, he could not communicate with the Outland, so he could not use the Dipankara Sarira to understand its wonders. Chapter 26-27. Chuli quickly regained his senses and stared at the huge Buddha statue with a frown. Then he flashed into the air and stood in the void, right where the golden light shone, and bathed in it. He stood in the void and bathed in the golden light, ignoring the beautiful fairies around him as he stared at the Buddha statue. At first glance, the Buddha statue looked like a statue, as if it was a dead object. It was exactly the same as the Buddha statue in the Great Mercy Temple. That Buddha statue also emitted a gentle golden light, but this Buddha statue was only 100 times bigger. After staring at it for a while, he suddenly realized that this Buddha statue seemed to be a living thing, especially its compassionate eyes. It seemed to see through all the joys and sorrows of the world, as well as gratitude and resentment, as if it could see through everything in the secular world. Chuli suddenly had a realization through its eyes. The world was like fire, and one should cut it off when necessary. One should not provoke the fire. All kinds of Buddhist teachings from the past appeared in his mind. He sat with his legs crossed in the void, put his palms together, and closed his eyes. He ignored the beautiful and seductive fairies around him and murmured the Buddhist scripture softly. The golden light shrouded him like ripples of water, and the huge Buddha statue's eyes flashed in Chuli's mind. With the help of this pair of eyes, he understood everything in the world and saw through the wonders of the world. His mind became clearer and calmer, and he gradually fell into a state of awareness and imperceptibility. He was unaware of the flow of time and the changes in space and time. Everything in front of him became indifferent and alienated. His mind became one with heaven and earth, and he looked down at the blooming and withering of flowers. After an unknown period of time, he slowly regained his senses and felt that he was no longer his original self. He was brand new, as if he had become a different person. When he opened his eyes, the void was still the void. He quietly sat cross-legged in the void, but he did not use any energy. It was as if his body had completely merged with the void, and there was no distinction between them. He did not need to circulate his energy to stabilize his body. The huge Buddha statue and the seductive fairies had disappeared. His surroundings were empty, and he could not even see the spirit mountain. He was like a lonely boat in the deep sea with nothing to rely on. However, he was calm and did not panic. He thought about it carefully and realized that he was just sitting in the void and did not move. Could it be that the spirit mountain left by itself? The huge Buddha statue and fairies were faintly visible, so it was not surprising that they disappeared. With a thought, Zhang Xian appeared at the peak of the spirited mountain. Only then could he confirm that it was not the spirited mountain that had moved, but he had unknowingly drifted closer to the Buddha statue and the golden light. Surrounded by a vast expanse of whiteness, the spirited mountain under their feet was still the same as before, but the leaves had turned yellow, as if it was winter. Although there were still evergreen trees, there was a sense of desolation. He stared at the withered trees, and a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. These trees turned green again. Some bore fruit, some did not bear fruit after blooming, some withered and died, and some were destroyed by lightning. Each of the 100 or so trees he had seen had their own changes and different destinies. This made Chuli suddenly sigh with emotion. Heaven and earth were merciless, and fate was unpredictable. Everything was insignificant under the might of heaven and earth and fate. He lowered his head to look at where the mountain peak was. In his mind, the changes to the mountain peak were reflected. The originally smooth surface became rough, and then a majestic man appeared here. In the end, he became absent-minded and died here, enchanted by the goddess. Chuli raised his eyebrows. He was puzzled by the scene he saw in his mind. The spirited mountain was the sacred place of the Great Mercy Temple. Every time it was opened, a great price had to be paid. If it was not for his great contribution, he would not have the opportunity to come to the spirited mountain. The majestic man in his mind was not a monk. The Great Mercy Temple would not send an outsider into the spirited mountain. Could it be that these were all his hallucinations? He squatted down and gently touched his feet. It was smooth, flat, tough, and warm. It was a jasper that had been polished for thousands of years, emitting a warm luster as if there was a clear spring flowing in it. Would it become so rough in the future, as if it had not been polished? It was really the vicissitudes of life, and the changes in the world were unimaginable. He thought for a while and looked up at the void, but he found nothing. There was no change in this void. His mind was blank, as if the void had always been between heaven and earth. He suppressed the rising and falling distracting thoughts and began to slowly practice the dragon-elephant prajna technique. The surrounding was filled with a strange aura. With the help of this strange aura, the cultivation of the dragon-elephant prajna technique became smooth and natural. It was as if everything was going smoothly. After cultivating several times, he directly reached the 5th level. At this rate, the 12th level was within reach. Chuli was overjoyed. He could not afford to rest. Who knew when he would have to leave the spirited mountain? Seizing the time to cultivate was the most important thing. As he cultivated without rest, the dragon-elephant prajna technique advanced by leaps and bounds. He cultivated to the 8th level in one go. Only then did he feel resistance. When he wanted to go further, his vision suddenly swayed. The ground began to tremble, and the spirited mountain began to shake. His expression changed slightly. He knew that the time to leave had come. He looked up at the vast void. He was disappointed that he could not see the Buddha statue anymore. Unfortunately, he could not force it. He faintly felt that he might only have one chance to enter the spirited mountain. The trembling became more intense, as if he was riding on a fierce horse. With a loud boom, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Then he found himself sitting on a cattail hassock in a run-down temple. The surroundings were empty except for a Buddha statue that was glaring at him. He glanced around and faintly felt a sense of familiarity. Then he remembered that he had sat here when he first entered the spirited mountain. Could it be that the spirited mountain was just a dream and he had been sitting here all along? He looked at the glaring Buddha statue in front of him and shook his head. It was different from the Buddha statue that appeared in the void of the spirited mountain. "I'm about Buddha." A Buddhist chant floated into his ears. He looked at the frail old monk who was striding in. The old monk looked like he had one foot in the grave, but the aura around him was one. It was as if he was one with the run-down temple. The fact that the divine ear connection could detect his approach first showed how mysterious this old monk was. Chuli put his palms together and bowed solemnly. "Do you have any questions?" The old monk asked gently. Chuli nodded without hesitation. "I want to know about someone." He had been brooding over the scene that appeared in his mind, especially the majestic man who appeared on the spirited mountain. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. "Speak," the old monk said. Chuli said, "I need a brush and ink." "Go." The old monk pointed at the table beside him. Although the table was old, the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone placed on it were neat. Chuli took the brush and drew a portrait. He showed it to the old monk. "Senior, do you know who this is?" The old monk stared at the portrait for a while and looked up at him. "Did you see this person on the spirited mountain?" Chuli asked. "Senior, do you recognize him?" "Others may not, but I do." The old monk nodded slowly. This is how the founder of the Great Mercy Temple looked like before he became a monk. It's just that for millions of years, almost no one knows about it. Chuli was surprised. Chapter 26-28. Can you tell me now? Where did you see the patriarch? The old monk asked slowly, his murky eyes staring at Chuli. Chuli felt as though he was being seen through. He then dismissed the thought and said calmly, "So what I saw was a scene from the past." "You saw the past." The old monk frowned and said slowly, "In that case, you've realized the divine power." Chuli smiled and looked down at the brush in his hand. After a while, he sighed. "I didn't expect this brush to be so old. I'm sorry." He quickly drew a picture on the paper and passed it to the old monk. "This is what I saw." The picture on the paper was of a young monk holding a brush and copying scriptures. His expression was solemn and calm, as if the whole world had stopped. There was only the monk, the brush, the paper, and the words on the paper. The old monk took a look, and his wrinkled face suddenly bloomed into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. Heaven's eye? He moved his gaze away from the paper and looked at Chu Li's face. Chu Li shook his head. I don't know either. The old monk stretched out his withered left arm and took a string of prayer beads from his wrist with his right hand. He passed it to Chu Li. Focus on this bead. Chu Li took it with both hands. It was as warm as jade, but unusually heavy. It was heavier than iron and stone. He really did not know what it was made of. Thus, he focused on the prayer beads and watched as one of them suddenly shone with a golden light. After that, the golden light faded and only one bead lit up. The rest did not light up. He furrowed his brows in disbelief. Surprisingly, he could only light up one bead. Hence, he continued to activate it, using all of his mental energy. Immediately, 2 more golden lights flashed, and 2 more beads flickered with golden light, faintly discernible. He let out a sigh of relief, but knew that he had reached his limit. He could not activate the remaining beads no matter what. It was a pity. The old monk looked at the prayer beads and nodded. God's limbs, heaven's ear, and heaven's eye. You're the only one who has these 3 divine powers. It's rare. Chu Li looked at him in shock. The old monk said, this was obtained from Spirit Mountain. I'll give it to you. Chu Li hesitated. This, even if he didn't have good eyesight, he could still tell that this thing was extraordinary. Although he didn't know what it could be used for, the fact that he could identify its supernatural power proved that it was extraordinary. His credit had already been offset by the trip to Spirited Mountain. The old monk said slowly, you possess 3 divine powers and are destined to be the owner of this item. Since I'm giving it to you, don't reject it. Senior, what is this? Chu Li quickly asked. The old monk shook his head. I don't know either. This item can protect the soul, and I don't need it anymore. You are still young and have the opportunity to leave the temple and travel the world. With this item, you will be able to avoid many disasters. Thank you, Senior. Chu Li did not decline anymore. The old monk said, the heavenly eye connection is different from the heavenly limb connection and the heavenly ear connection. It involves fate and karma, so you can't use it lightly, lest you get karma on you. Mortals are afraid of karma. Bodhisattva is afraid of karma. Remember this. Yes, thank you, Senior. Chu Li put his palms together solemnly. He wore the incomparably heavy prayer beads on his left wrist. Suddenly, a cool force entered the void of his mind. There seemed to be a strange force in the void, causing the Buddhas and heavenly demons to become active. It was as if there was a sudden increase in vitality and reality. If this continued, could these Buddhas and heavenly demons be resurrected? Go! The old monk waved his hand. Chu Li bowed and left the dilapidated temple. He took a step back to his own temple and saw Master Hui Guang waiting in the small courtyard. Master, Chu Li put his palms together. Hui Guang was still wearing a gray robe, which made his figure look especially thin and weak. He looked at Chu Li and smiled. Good, you've cultivated to the 8th level of dragon elephant wisdom. Not bad. Chu Li showed a guilty expression. If he had focused on cultivation, he might have cultivated to the 9th level. In the end, he was too curious and wanted to fully understand the world of Spirit Mountain. That was why he wasted a lot of time exploring and could not focus on cultivation. However, it was also because of this that he was able to understand the Heaven's Eye. It was hard to say whether it was a gain or a loss. Hui Guang patted his shoulder and smiled. You use a year to cultivate to the 8th level. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Chu Li sighed. It could have been higher. Don't be too greedy. It's not a good thing to be too fast. Hui Guang smiled. After all, dragon elephant wisdom requires comprehension and hard work. You can't be lazy. It seems that your dermic base needs to be improved. Yes. Chu Li was serious. Hui Guang then smiled. Did you gain anything else from entering Spirit Mountain? Chu Li did not hide the fact that he had the Heaven's Eye. Hui Guang heard and was overjoyed. He sighed. Good. Your dermic base is really profound. You can actually understand this divine power. Among the many divine powers, The heaven's eye is the most difficult to understand because it involves cause and effect. Chu said, I really don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. That's true. The joy on Hui Guang's face disappeared and turned into seriousness. He naturally knew the drawbacks of the heaven's eye. Cause and effect was something that even the Buddhas feared. Once the cause and effect were destroyed, there would be endless karma. Dermic base would not be able to help, so he had to be very careful. Chu said, Master, it's been a year. Exactly a year. Hui Guang said, How long do you think you stayed in Spirit Mountain? Chu thought about it and said, After meditating, it's only a blink of an eye. After I woke up, I cultivated dragon elephant wisdom and had to return soon. That's natural. Hui Guang smiled. Spirit Mountain is a wonderful place. It's already a great opportunity for you to obtain the heaven's eye. In addition to the 8th level of dragon elephant wisdom, you've gained a lot. Chu slowly nodded. Now that he thought about it, the gain of the heavens eye was not a coincidence. Previously, he had cultivated many such divination skills. This time, with the help of the Dermic base and the giant Buddha statue's golden light, it was only a matter of time before he obtained the heaven's eye. If he did not cultivate and accumulate all kinds of knowledge, he would not have been able to understand the heaven's eye this time. Have a good rest. Hui Guang was about to leave. Chu hurriedly said, Master, about Taidong's sea garrison town, it's a little troublesome. Hui Guang frowned. Starcloud Island and other islands are entangled. The Determination Stone and the others have arrived at Sea Garrison Town. Chu said, Then I'll go and take a look. He was no longer the same as before. He had cultivated dragon elephant wisdom to the 8th level and had no worries about self-preservation. When Ding Jian cultivated to the 8th level, he became the first person in the Ding generation and was able to suppress top-notch masters like Bai Zhuguang. Chu felt that he would not be too bad himself. All right. Hui Guang nodded. Ding Jian has cultivated to the 9th level. After a year of training, he has improved rapidly. The dragon elephant wisdom needs enough training to be accomplished. Yes. Chu was serious. Hui Guang said, Let's depart tomorrow. Master, I want to go take a look now. Chu said. You. Hui Guang shook his head and waved his hand. Do as you wish. With the heaven's eye, he naturally had the ability to seek fortune and avoid danger. He did not have to worry about losing his life. Therefore, he allowed Chu to do as he pleased. He also understood that Chu's cultivation level had just skyrocketed and he wanted to show off. Chu bowed with pressed palms. The next moment, he appeared outside Sea Garrison Town and saw Ding Jian and Ding Shi who were fighting. Chapter 26-29. Yo! Chu furrowed his brows in surprise. Ding Jian and Ding Shi were besieging a middle-aged man. He wore a blue robe, his face was like jade, and he was elegant and otherworldly. He was truly an elegant and handsome man. Even men who saw him couldn't help but admire his elegant and calm bearing. His body flickered with a faint blue light like a star in the night sky. When he waved his palms, there seemed to be nothing strange. There was no flash of light, as if he did not use inner energy. However, Chu knew that this was because he had cultivated the starlight flying cloud technique to an extremely high level. He was able to gather formless energy within his opponent's body, so it was impossible to defend against it. Ding Jian and Ding Shi felt as if they were facing a great enemy. Even though the two of them were attacking together, they were still at a disadvantage and were forced to retreat. They were at the bottom of a towering cliff, and next to them was the vast sea. The waves gently hit the cliff, and the sound was rhythmic, suppressing the sound of their palms colliding. The cliff behind them was straight, as if it had been cut by a knife. It was 1,000 meters high, and the reef looked like a small black dot. If one fell from this cliff without light body technique, they would be smashed to pieces. Great East Sea Garrison Town was on top of the cliff and had the geographical advantage. Standing on the wall, those with high martial arts could overlook the entire coastal sea and effectively monitor the movements on the sea. No one could see the three of them fighting on the cliff because they had their backs to Sea Garrison Town. Unless they let out a long whistle, the people above could not see them, so they could fight to their heart's content. Chu was able to discover this place because he could sense his fellow disciples. They both cultivated the dragon-elephant wisdom and could sense each other within 100 miles. It was amazing, but no one knew the reason. He leaned on the cliff and looked down at the three of them. He studied the martial arts of the handsome middle-aged man and found that his martial arts were simple and complicated. The key was his eyesight, speed, and cultivation level. Every move looked ordinary, but they were able to restrain the exquisite moves of firm steadiness and stone steadiness. Chu could see that Ding Jian and Ding Shi were using the dragon elephant wisdom. Ding Jian had reached the 9th level, while Ding Shi was at the 8th level. It was obvious that they were improving very quickly. He had reached the 8th level and had already caught up to second brother Ding Shi. They were both at the 8th level. Logically speaking, his cultivation speed was too fast, and his foundation couldn't compare to the steadiness stones. However, he had a soul lotus body, and he had used the marrow cleansing art to cultivate his body to perfection, laying down a solid foundation. The steadiness stone couldn't compare. You two brothers must be very unwilling to die here today, right? Suddenly, the handsome middle-aged man opened his mouth and slowed down his movements. He said in a deep voice, "Why don't you pledge allegiance to my starry cloud island and leave the island? Others will not know about this, but the Great Mercy Temple will only think that you died a tragic death or were captured by someone else. They will not pursue you." A smile appeared on Ding Jian's round face. "Vice Island Master Chun, the disciples of the Great Mercy Temple won't be defeated so easily." Ding Shi snorted and said, "Vice Island Master Chun came here sneakily. Does your Starry Cloud Island intend to attack Suppressing City again?" "That's right. It doesn't matter if you know." Starry Cloud Island's deputy bird language, Chun Wenjua, said proudly, "No matter how strong Sea Garrison Town is, they are powerless before a Starry Cloud Island. Why must the two of you be so unwise? The current Sea Garrison Town is not the Sea Garrison Town of the past." Ding Jian smiled and said, "If the two of us don't go back now, the next patrol will come. When that time comes, Vice Island Master, don't even think about leaving. Then let's deal with them together." Chun Wenjua said proudly, "The Great Mercy Temple and 5 Thunder Peak are really daring. You only sent the 3 of you? Chisel Oyster 3 strings? Close glaze Sun cut eavesdropping and drink awkwardly." Zheng Ding Jian smiled and said, "We are enough to deal with your Starry Cloud Island. There's no need to trouble the elders." "Then die." Chun Wenjua scoffed coldly. His hands suddenly sped up and turned into a shadow that shrouded the two of them. Chu suddenly stared at the 3 of them. Activating his heaven's eye, a scene suddenly flashed in his mind. After a while, his eyes became slightly dazed as if they had lost focus. Then, they returned to normal, and he looked at the 3 of them thoughtfully. However, he did not rush to make a move. Instead, he disappeared in a flash. Chun Wenjua's hands were illusory. The pressure on Ding Jian and Ding Shi instantly increased. Bang! Ding Jian was hit by a palm. He flew into the air and was about to fall into the vast sea. Ding Shi saw that the situation was not good and dared not save him. He braced himself to deal with Chun Wenjua's crazy attacks. Then, with a muffled bang, 2 elders in blue robes emerged from the water and shot towards Ding Jian like lightning. Blood gushed out from the corner of Ding Jian's mouth. He was already injured. Facing the 2 elders who suddenly appeared, he could not dodge and could only watch helplessly as they were about to hit him. Suddenly, something tightened around his waist. Then, his vision changed, and he appeared on top of the cliff. When he turned his head to look, there was no one beside him. The next moment, Ding Shi and Chu stood side by side in front of him. Third junior brother. The 2 of them were overjoyed. Chu smiled and said, "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, I'm late. You came at the right time. Otherwise, I'd be in trouble." Ding Jian laughed and said, "With third junior brother here, we don't have to worry." Chu shook his head and laughed. "I'm good at escaping, but I can't help much against the enemy. Eldest senior brother's injury is not serious, right?" As he said that, He took out a treasure pill and handed it over. Ding Jian swallowed the treasure pill and laughed. It's just a minor injury. That Chen Wenjue is really cunning. I underestimated him. Chu Li smiled. He could see the future in his mind through the heaven's eye, but it was extremely dangerous. The two of them were still too careless. After seeing Chen Wenjue, they wanted to subdue him and find out the truth of Star Cloud Island. In the end, they did not expect Chen Wenjue's martial arts to improve greatly. It was far from what it used to be, just like by Zhu Wang back then. However, although Chen Wenjue was strong, as long as they used their strongest skills, there was still hope. However, Chen Wenjue was even more cunning. He suddenly attacked, ruthlessly, first injuring Ding Jian and then Ding Shi. By the time the two of them were ready to call for help, it was already too late. If they did not appear, Ding Jian would have been killed by the two elders who emerged from the sea. Ding Shi would have been subdued, tortured, and finally died. The most terrifying thing was that the two elders who emerged from the sea were even more powerful. They just had to hide at the bottom of the sea and deal a fatal blow. Furthermore, there were 24 similar top-notch masters lying in ambush under the sea. Thus, the two of them were already in a hopeless situation. They just did not know it. Ding Shi looked at Chen Wenjue and the two elders who were standing on the waves. He pressed his palms together and said, "Eldest senior brother, third junior brother, those who are kind will not come. We need to make preparations." Ding Jian said, "As long as we are prepared, they will not succeed." As he spoke, he took out a token arrow and tossed it into the sky. Bang! There was an explosion in the sky. A golden Buddha statue slowly appeared in the sky and slowly disappeared. Umipa! Ding Shi looked at Ding Jian in shock. "Eldest senior brother, this is the highest alert token arrow. They might have other schemes." Ding Jian nodded. "There is no harm in being careful." Chu Li said, "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, be careful of the mayor's residence. Some masters have already infiltrated it." The mayor's residence? Ding Jian and Ding Shi looked at each other. Their figures flashed and appeared on top of a restaurant outside the mayor's residence. However, they still had a hesitant expression on their faces. Third junior brother, has the mayor's residence really been infiltrated? Chapter 26:30. It was dusk, and the surroundings were shrouded in a thin mist. Lanterns were lit in the city. The governor's residence and the restaurant were brightly lit. Ding Jian's chubby face was filled with seriousness. Ding Shi said, "The governor's residence didn't take any action after seeing our message. They didn't even raise their guard. It's abnormal." Once the eldest senior brother sent out the signal, it indicated that there was an enemy invasion and the entire city had to be on guard. But now, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit, and the sound of stringed instruments and gentle singing could be heard. There was no sense of alertness. "Something's wrong," Ding Jian said. Chu Li's eyes narrowed as he activated the heaven's eye again. Scenes appeared in his mind. He took a deep breath and said, "Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, there's something wrong with the governor." "Impossible." Both of them shook their heads. They were not fools. All the masters of Star Cloud Island had retreated. When they reoccupied Sea Suppression Town, they had investigated thoroughly. Everyone in the governor's residence had a clean background. Back then, Sea Suppressing Great East City had inexplicably fallen, and only Ding He survived, which made them certain that there must be a traitor in Sea Suppressing Great East City. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break through the formation of Sea Suppressing Great East City without a sound, even if Wan Zhang came personally. Any formation-breaking talisman that tried to break this array would cause a huge commotion and alert the experts in the city. There was only one possibility for them to pass through the formation without a sound. There was a traitor in the city who destroyed the formation. They carefully screened the experts in the city like a sieve, especially the city lord's mansion. They checked over and over again. Even the city lord was not spared. Other than a few missing experts, they did not find any problems. Obviously, the traitor had taken the opportunity to escape and did not give them a chance to retaliate. Chu Li said slowly, There's something wrong with the governor. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, you can choose not to believe me, but we have to be careful. That's right. I'd rather believe it than not, Ding Jian said solemnly. Ding sure said, are we going to restrain the governor? Eldest senior brother, this is not a small matter. If we wrongly accuse him, or we can't find any evidence, our great mercy temple's reputation will be tarnished. The governor was not an ordinary master. If they wrongly accused him, the consequences were not something they could bear. However, they were the only masters in the great mercy temple, so they had to make a decision. He turned to look at Chu Li. Chu Li said, second senior brother, I believe in the eye of insight. Ding Shi was silent. He also believed in the all-seeing eye. Third junior brother would not lie, but the most important thing was to find something that could be used against him. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. They believed in the all-seeing eye, but others did not. This is a serious matter. Let's restrain him first. Ding Jian said solemnly. Chu Li nodded lightly. This governor is also a top-notch master. If the three of us attack together, we'll be able to take him down no matter how strong he is. Ding Jian harumphed. Chu Li nodded. Go. Ding Jian floated down the stairs and went straight to the city lord's residence. Without waiting for the guards to go in and report, he walked straight in. Chu Li and Ding Shi followed behind him. The three of them went straight to the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. The sound of stringed instruments and the gentle and enchanting singing became clearer. Chu Li lowered his voice. The two protectors of the Castellan are also top-notch masters. This is also a weakness. Starry Cloud Island's experts. Ding Shi asked quickly. Chu Li shook his head gently. It's not Star Cloud Island. Then, Ding Shi asked. Chu Li sighed. I've never seen their martial arts before, but it's definitely not from Star Cloud Island. Ding Jian said softly, restrain the governor first. If things go awry, third junior brother, stop him. Second junior brother, help me take down the governor. Yes. Chu Li pressed his palms together. The sound of stringed instruments and the enchanting singing became clearer. They had already arrived outside the hall. For protectors in black stood straight on the steps and looked down at the three of them. Then, one of them turned around and entered the hall. Chu Li did not need to use his eyes. The omniscient mirror had already observed the situation inside clearly. A handsome middle-aged man sat on the seat in the north. The three strands of beard under his chin added a sense of elegance to him. He had a sage-like demeanor. He was stroking his beard with his eyes closed. He looked intoxicated as he was completely immersed in the beautiful singing of the woman in the center of the hall. It was the governor, Lin Zhaodong. The two middle-aged men in gray robes standing behind him had their eyes closed as if they had fallen asleep. They turned a deaf ear to the gentle singing. The beautiful woman in the center of the hall was slender and graceful. Her face was covered with a white veil, revealing only her delicate chin. She was singing in a graceful and pleasant voice that made people unable to free themselves from it. Chu Li had the heaven's ear connection, so he was especially sensitive to sounds. He could hear the same sound 100 times more than the average person. Therefore, he enjoyed the beautiful sound even more. The beauty of this woman's voice was truly unparalleled. He did not hear any trace of spiritual energy in her voice. It was purely her voice that made people feel intoxicated. It was not like the auspicious sect had used the charm technique. The omniscient mirror had already observed the woman's appearance. She was beautiful. Although she was not as stunning as Shao Qi and Lu Yurong, she was still a rare beauty. With a white veil covering her face, it made her even more alluring. Other than this beautiful woman, there were 6 other middle-aged women playing musical instruments in the hall. The rest were masters sitting in groups of 2 or 3 behind the low tables. The tables were filled with wine, meat, and fruits. It was abnormally sumptuous. It was obvious that they were feasting without restraint. A protector in black quietly walked in front of the governor. A middle-aged man in gray blocked him. The protector in black reported in a low voice. The middle-aged man in gray waved his hand and dismissed the protector in black. Then, he personally went to the governor's ear and whispered. When the governor heard this, he opened his eyes and slowly nodded. It's good to let them in. He clapped his hands and interrupted the singing and the sound of musical instruments. He chuckled. Heroes, the three masters from the Great Mercy Temple are here. We're drinking here, but the two masters are patrolling. It's been hard on them. Everyone smiled and nodded. Eugene sat at the lower seat and smiled. The two masters are serious in their work. It's admirable. It's a pity that they have to abide by the precepts, so it's inconvenient to invite them. I've come here to spoil everyone's mood. It's my fault. Monk Ding Jian raised his voice. His gray cowl fluttered as he led Ding Shi and Chu Li into the hall. Jin chuckled. Ding Jian, you work hard. Ding Jian pressed his palms together and continued walking toward the governor. I'm just doing my duty. Governor, I have an important matter to report. Oh, Governor Lin Xiaodong stroked his beard and chuckled. Please speak, Master Ding Jian. Ding Jian took another step forward. A middle-aged man in gray stepped forward to block him. Ding Jian frowned at him and looked at Governor Lin Xiaodong. Lin Xiaodong waved his hand and chuckled. Zihua, don't make such a fuss. How can Master Ding Jian harm me? Ding Jian said, Governor, this is a serious matter. It's better not to publicize it. It's about Star Cloud Island. Master, please speak. Lin Xiaodong waved his hand. Monk Ding Jian moved forward and glared at the middle-aged man in gray. He whispered into Lin Xiaodong's ear, Governor, Star Cloud Island is back. It's possible that they've already infiltrated the city. Lin Xiaodong looked at him in surprise. Monk Ding Jian's expression was solemn. He nodded firmly. Chapter 2631. Yo! Ding Jian's hand was as fast as lightning. Chu Li laughed out loud almost at the same time. His laughter attracted everyone's attention, including Governor Lin Xiaodong's. However, it did not divert the attention of the two middle-aged men in gray robes. They had been staring at Ding Jian, and when they saw him make a move, they moved forward like ghosts to stop him. Lin Xiaodong was also a top-notch master, but he had always hidden his strength. He withdrew his hand without hesitation and tried to dodge. Chu Li instantly appeared behind Lin Xiaodong and met the two middle-aged men in gray robes with his palms. Ding Shi's reaction was also very fast. At the same time, he raised his palm and slapped towards Lin Xiaodong, joining Ding Jian in a pincer attack. They were all masters. Jin frowned and did not move, but the others could not help but rush forward to protect the governor. Ding Jian shouted, The governor is from Star Cloud Island. This caused everyone's movements to slow down. Bang! Bang! Lin Xiaodong forcefully withstood Ding Jian's and Ding Shi's palms respectively. He sat steadily on the armchair with a smile still on his face. He laughed out loud and said, Could it be that great master Ding Jian has suffered a qigong deviation while cultivating? Ding Jian said coldly, Lin Xiaodong, you still think you can get away with it? Do you really think we're so stupid that we've been deceived by you? As expected of the Great Mercy Temple's disciple, Lin Xiaodong laughed and wiped his face with his hand. Instantly, he became a different person. He had a handsome face with a high-nose bridge, eyes like cold stars, and eyebrows like swords. Huang Jishu, Ding Jian shouted in surprise. It's me. Lin Xiaodong laughed and shook his head, but it's too late. As he spoke, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Then, a group of blue-robed elders rushed in and attacked anyone they saw. Their moves were fierce and ruthless. Chu Li raised his eyebrows and retreated. He did not expect things to turn out this way. This was not what he saw with his eye of insight. Lin Xiaodong suddenly disappeared, and everyone could not find him. Soon, the formation was broken and Lin Xiaodong safely escaped from Sea Garrison Town. He saw that Lin Xiaodong was a traitor and wanted to capture him first to change the future. He did not expect that once the situation changed, it would be a chain reaction and attract this group of blue-robed elders. There were 12 elders in total. Although they were not as many as the masters in the hall, their cultivation levels were high and they had the upper hand. Third junior brother, let's go. Ding Jian shouted. He no longer had the intention to capture Huang Jishu. Huang Jishu's martial arts were similar to his, and the two gray-robed, middle-aged men behind him were also extremely strong. It was impossible to capture him in a short period of time. Moreover, these blue-robed elders had entered without a sound. Clearly, they had broken through the formation. With this batch of people, there would be another batch. He wanted Chu Li to escape before the situation worsened. After all, Chu Li's cultivation level was inferior. Chu Li nodded and disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in front of the slender and graceful woman and struck her with his palm as fast as lightning. The graceful woman was currently taking out a bamboo flute. It was entirely made of jade, and a warm luster circulated about it. It matched her jade-like hands, and it was difficult to tell which was jade and which was flesh. It was shockingly beautiful. However, Chu Li had no intention of showing mercy. His right palm struck the woman's chest squarely. The graceful woman flew backward and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air, staining her white veil red. She glared at Chu Li furiously. Chu Li disappeared in a flash and appeared in the Hui Guang monastery the next moment. After reporting the matter, Hui Guang disappeared in a flash, and Chu Li returned to the basilica. At this moment, another group of gray-robed elders rushed into the basilica. Chu Li came to Ding Jian's side and blocked the two gray-robed middle-aged men. The two gray-robed middle-aged men's martial arts were strange and unpredictable. Their palm energy was pure and overbearing. Chu Li's cultivation level was similar to theirs. In addition, he had the body of the soul lotus and had a complete marrow cleansing. Therefore, he was superior to them. He could fight against two of them at once. Ding Jian and Ding Shi were dealing with Huang Jishi. With the addition of the gray-robed elders, the situation took a turn for the worse for the masters of the various sections. They struggled to hold on. Ding Jian, let's retreat first. He Jin raised his voice. His cultivation level was profound. Even when surrounded by four gray-robed elders, he was still able to handle it with ease. From time to time, he would lend a helping hand to his companions. Otherwise, they would have collapsed a long time ago. It was all thanks to him that there were no casualties. Ding Jian said, "Senior He, we've already asked for help." "Chu Li?" He Jin asked. Chu Li said, Ba. Senior He, don't worry. I already know that there will be masters coming to help soon." His words lifted everyone's spirits. However, the gray-robed elders sped up their attacks. They could not wait to defeat them. Ba. A loud Buddhist chant suddenly rang out. Then, 10 old monks and 16 middle-aged monks appeared in the main hall. Balls of golden light shot out and protected the masters. They were energized and smiled. "Hui Guang, you guys are the best." He Jin laughed. Monk Hui Guang's expression was solemn. He said, "I didn't expect it to be Thousand Sun Island this time." He Jin said, "Thousand Sun Island and Gale Island are all in the same boat. They help each other and collude with each other. It's only natural." Monk Hui Guang said, "I wonder if island owner Wan will come this time." "Huh?" He Jin laughed. "Wan Xiang is very arrogant. If he really came, he would have shown up long ago. Why would he be so sneaky?" "That makes sense." Monk Hui Guang nodded. As they spoke, the monks succeeded one by one. They injured the gray-robed elders and slowly retreated. Huang Jishi roared with laughter as he transformed into a shadow with the intention of fleeing. Chu Li was already prepared for this. He appeared in a flash and blocked his path. When his palm struck out, Chu Li pushed out his own palm to meet it head-on. Bam! Chu Li retreated and slid 10 meters away. Huang Jishi's body froze for a moment before he swung away and floated to the side. His change of direction was too fast for anyone to react. Chu Li then flashed again and blocked his way. Bam! Another palm collided. Chu Li retreated again, but once again he moved forward to block his path. Huang Jishi's body was unpredictable. His light body technique was excellent, especially his unpredictable direction change. That was why he was so famous and had the guts to disguise as Governor Lin Zhaodong and stay until the end. He was sure that even those old monks could not stop him. He did not expect Chu Li to be able to see through his thoughts. Chu Li kept blocking his way, causing him to be unable to use his superior light body technique to his heart's content. He had no choice but to face Chu Li head-on. However, Chu Li was exceptionally tenacious. "Umaba!" Hui Guang shouted and landed his palm on Chu Li. A golden light flashed and disappeared into Chu Li's body. Chu Li's gray robe suddenly fluttered. It was as if he was standing in a strong wind. His right palm met Huang Jishi's. Bang! With a loud bang, Huang Jishi was sent flying. Hui Guang's speed was beyond imagination. He was already behind Huang Jishi, but his palm hit nothing. Huang Jishi seemed to have eyes behind him. He changed his direction and dodged Hui Guang's palm. Although he dodged Hui Guang's palm, he could not dodge Chu Li's. Poof! Huang Jishi fell to the ground. Blood started to flow from his orifices. He stared at Chu Li with his eyes wide open. Chu Li stood in front of him. He put his palms together and bowed. "Almsgiver Huang, have a safe journey." Huang Jishi gritted his teeth and stared at him. His breath was getting weaker. He knew that he had fallen into the hands of Hui Guang and not the little monk in front of him. Hui Guang had borrowed the strange ability of the little monk to imbue the demon subduing seal into his body, which was why he was in such a bad state. He was on the verge of death and was beyond saving. Chu Li suddenly closed his eyes. Blood started to flow from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 2632. Suddenly, an invisible force surged into his body and pierced his eyes like a knife. He could not help but close his eyes. The omniscient mirror could already see the blood flowing out from the corner of his eyes. Love to surf the net? His expression changed. He tried to dodge this extremely powerful and unstoppable force, but he realized that even if he flashed back to the Great Mercy Temple, the force still followed him like a shadow. Even under such circumstances, he did not lose his composure. The omniscient mirror was still observing him, but he did not see anyone else. This extremely powerful force did not come from a human hand, but from heaven and earth. Even though he activated God's limbs to traverse between heaven and earth, he still could not resist this powerful force. His eyes were getting more and more painful, as if they were about to explode. He desperately activated his inner energy to resist, but it was useless. The dragon elephant prajna technique's inner energy was refined and pure, but when it came into contact with this force, it was like flowing water meeting a reef. It was unshakable and futile. He flashed back to the main hall again to ask Hui Guang for advice. Before he could speak, the powerful force suddenly changed direction, leaving his eyes and moving towards his internal organs. They formed a strong pressure, as if he was carrying a towering mountain, like Sun Wukong being suppressed under the Five Elements Mountain. Standing with the mountain on his back, his internal organs were about to explode. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and trembled violently. His feet had already sunk a foot into the white jade ground. Ding Jian and Ding Shi saw that the situation was not good, so they quickly pressed on his back and channeled their inner energy to help him. His internal organs were still being squeezed and could explode at any time. His body was already at its limit. He heard his bones creaking as if they were about to break under the pressure. His silvery white bone marrow circulated desperately, urging his vitality to dissolve the destruction caused by this powerful force. At this time, not only were his eyes bleeding, but his nose and ears were also bleeding. It was a frightening sight. "Master," Ding Jian said in a low voice. Hui Guang was originally sizing up Huang Jishi, thinking that he was lucky to have killed Huang Jishi. The power of the demon suppression seal was amazing, but top-notch masters like Huang Jishi usually had sharp senses and could avoid danger in advance. It was only with Ding Ru's help that the demon subduing seal was able to strike Huang Jishi's body solidly and kill him instantly. When he heard Ding Jian's voice, he turned his head to look, and his expression changed drastically. He took a step to stand behind Chu Li and placed his palm on Chu Li's back. Ding Shi and Ding Jian withdrew their palms and stared at Chu Li with serious expressions. "Master, what's going on?" Ding Jian asked solemnly. The surrounding people gradually calmed down and paid attention to this side. Although Chu Li was a new face, he had made outstanding achievements in this operation. Moreover, he had such a high cultivation level at such a young age. It was obvious that he was a rising star of the Great Mercy Temple and had a bright future ahead of him. However, he was in such a miserable state, which piqued their curiosity. Hui Guang's expression was solemn as he said slowly, "Backlash of Heaven's Eye. Umaba." Ding Shi put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His expression was solemn. They had all heard of the backlash of the all-seeing eye. Karma was the most majestic force in the world, and the all-seeing eye often messed up karma, causing one to suffer from the backlash of the law of karma in the unseen world, causing endless disasters. Hui Guang said, "Ding Ru, you must hold on." He took out 2 treasured pills and stuffed them into Chu Li's mouth. Then, he channeled pure inner energy into his palms to help Chu Li resist. Unfortunately, even with their combined strength, they still could not withstand such a powerful force. He Jin took a step forward and said, "I'll help too." He gently pressed his palm forward. A ray of light landed on Chu Li's chest. Instantly, Chu Li's body glowed and his expression relaxed. "Thank you, Senior He." Ding Jian and Ding Shi bowed with pressed palms. They knew that Yi Jin had just used the vitality replenishing technique, which was the purest form of vitality in the world. It had the effect of reviving the dead, and was even more precious than the treasured pills. They did not expect Yi Jin to be so generous. Yi Jin waved his hand and stared at Chu Li. Chu Li's 5 orifices began to bleed again, and his aura rapidly weakened. If this continued, he would not be able to hold on for long. "What should we do?" Ding Shi clenched his fists and stomped his feet. He was extremely anxious. "Heaven helps the worthy. Don't worry," Yi Jin said as he stared at Chu Li. As he spoke, he released another ray of pure vitality. Chu Li's aura grew stronger, as if he had benefited from the replenishment of this vitality. Together with Hui Guang and Ding Shi, they finally managed to resist the attack. However, in the blink of an eye, blood began to gush out from the corners of his eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. Yi Jin sighed and shook his head. Xiaoqi was probably going to become a widow. Chu Li saw that the situation was not looking good. His vitality replenishing technique could revive the dead. Even a dying person could come back to life with just 1 ray of vitality. However, Chu Li had received 3 rays of vitality, and there was still no sign of improvement. Vitality was usually accumulated, and he could only receive 3 rays. Even if he wanted to help, he would not be able to. When the other monks saw this, they all came over. A gray-robed old monk pressed on Hui Guang's back and transferred pure inner energy into him. Chu Li's spirit was lifted, and then blood began to gush out again. The powerful force in his body seemed to be getting stronger. When Hui Guang and he worked together, he was pushed back the moment he tried to press on Hui Guang. With the addition of this old monk, the force became even stronger, as if it came from the heavens and earth. It became stronger in an instant. One by one, the old monks attacked. One by one, they pressed on Chu Li's back and finally converged on his body. He felt like a ball that was about to explode and had reached his limit. His powerful force was in a stalemate with the many monks and was even suppressing them. It was truly miraculous. However, he was not in the mood to admire the strength of this force. There was only one thought in his mind, which was to hold on. "Seniors, let's return to the temple," Hui Guang said in a deep voice. "Return to the temple." The monks nodded. At the same time, they disappeared from the calming Sea Town Governor's Hall, leaving Yi Jin and the other sect masters behind. "Looks like this little monk's life is in danger." A middle-aged man sighed. "Brother He, do you know him?" Yi Jin stared at the direction where they disappeared and slowly nodded. "What's his background?" the middle-aged man asked. The other masters stared at Yi Jin. Yi Jin shook his head and sighed. Forget it. He did not want to say much. Xiaoqi had a bright future ahead of her, and so did Chu Li. Both husband and wife were talented and wise. If they could survive, it would be a great story in the martial arts world. Unfortunately, Life was unpredictable and things did not always go according to one's wishes. Chu Li would have to survive this obstacle first before anything else. Chu Li and a group of people appeared in the basilica of the outer temple. The monks who were sitting in the evening class hurriedly left their seats. Under the cover of the golden light, Chu Li suddenly felt a sense of relief. He quickly absorbed the golden light greedily, and his exploding body recovered a little. "Master, let go," Chu Li said. Hui Guang asked, "Can you hold on?" "I'll try," Chu Li said. Hui Guang trusted Chu Li's intelligence. He slowly withdrew his palm, and the monks behind him followed suit. Chu Li's 7 orifices were bleeding nonstop. He was almost out of breath, and the injuries on his internal organs were rapidly worsening. If this continued, he would die in less than 10 minutes. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the wooden fish did not stop. Old monk Zhizhi was still knocking on the wooden fish, ignoring everything that was happening outside. Chapter 26:33. All the monks stared at Chu Li, puzzled by his every move. Ding Jian and Ding Shi were the most anxious. When they saw Chu Li like this, they had a faint feeling that something was wrong. Could it be that he was about to pass away? Hence, their expressions became even more serene. He had just cultivated the heavenly eye connection and the heavenly ear connection and the heavenly leg connection. With 3 divine abilities, his future was limitless, and he could dazzle the world for a while. Yet, he was about to fall and pass away. It was truly unfair. They all felt sorry for Chu Li and kept looking at Hui Guang, asking him to think of a way to save Chu Li. Hui Guang waved his hand. He felt that Chu Li would not pass away so easily. Old monk Zhizhi kept knocking on the wooden fish while Chu Li chanted the Buddhist Dharma along with the sound of the wooden fish, absorbing the golden light. The pressure on his 5 viscera and 6 bowels gradually lessened, as if the golden light of the Buddha statue could soothe the powerful force and soften its aggressiveness. Fortunately, the void of his mind was not affected, otherwise he would not be able to think about it. After a while, Chu Li's body emitted a faint golden light that was similar to the golden light emitted by the Buddha statue. Monk Zhizhi put down the wooden fish and opened his eyes to look at Chu Li. He pressed his palms together and chanted, "Amit Ba." Chu Li could not open his eyes. Blood had already stained the corners of his eyes, and there were 2 bloodstains on his face. It was a frightening sight. He pressed his palms together and bowed. "Greetings, Honorable Master Zhizhi. You're entangled with negative karma, and you used your supernatural power to stir up karma. You deserve this." Monk Zhizhi shook his head and sighed. "You're already very lucky to be alive." Chu Li pressed his palms together and remained silent. Ding Jian hurriedly asked, "Grandmaster Zhizhi, is there a way to resolve it? Karma stains one's body. Only the Dharma can resolve it." The old monk Zhizhi shook his head. "Martial arts is useless." "Yes." Ding Jian quickly nodded. So many eminent monks and their Shifu joined hands to help. Yet they were still unable to help third martial brother. Their martial arts were indeed not of much help. Hui Guang sighed. "It's good that he can be saved. Let Ding Ru stay here." The old monk Zhizhi said slowly, "You should go back first. There's no need to disturb him. Also, there's no need to expect him to leave the temple anytime soon." "Will it take a long time?" Ding Shi said. "There won't be any danger, right? Let's see how perceptive he is," old monk Zhizhi said. Ding Jian said, "Then third Shitty's eyes, I'm already blind." Old monk Zhizhi said, "Whether he can recover or not will depend on his cultivation of the Dharma. Once his Dharma has reached a certain level, he will naturally be able to recover. Otherwise, third junior brother, settle your heart and cultivate the Dharma. Don't worry about the great East suppressing Sea City. They won't succeed," Ding Jian said. Chu Li pressed his palms together and bowed. Hui Guang sighed. "Let's go." The 3 of them walked out of the main hall and returned to Hui Guang's temple in silence. "Master, is third senior brother all right?" Ding Shi asked. Hui Guang shook his head lightly. "Since martial uncle Zhizhi has taken over, his life is not in danger." "That's good." Ding Shi sighed in relief. Hui Guang sighed, but it's hard to predict when he can recover. Karma is the most terrifying thing when cultivating Dharma. Even with all kinds of supernatural powers, he can't withstand the power of karma. Could it be that third junior brother will not be able to practice martial arts in the future? Ding Jian asked. Hui Guang pondered for a moment, but in the end, he still shook his head, unable to come to a conclusion. This time, it's all our fault. Ding Jian frowned. If it wasn't for saving us, third junior brother wouldn't have suffered the backlash from the Heaven's Eye. This is our own fate. You don't have to say anything more. Hui Guang waved his hand. You two go. Go to the Great East Suppressing Sea City for a while. It shouldn't be too peaceful there. You two will have to deal with it. Yes, the two replied. The reason why the Thousand Sun Island did not succeed this time was because third junior brother's Eye of the Heavens had seen through the plan. Otherwise, the Great East Ocean Suppressing City would not have been spared. If an ocean suppressing city was repeatedly taken over by visitors from the sea, it would lose a lot of its prestige. The citizens in the city would lose confidence and slowly disperse. This was a fundamental damage to the suppressing sea city. The sects and the elites of the imperial court would not allow it. The masters of the Great Mercy Temple naturally could not sit idly by. Chu Li closed his eyes and quietly absorbed the golden light to calm the powerful energy in his body. His internal organs had always been weak. Even after consuming the treasure pill, they were quickly destroyed to their original state. His body was filled with powerful energy, but he could not control it. His inner energy could not be channeled because the powerful energy had filled his meridians. After meditating in the hall for 3 days and 3 nights, his body recovered a little. His internal organs were still damaged, and his body was still filled with powerful energy. However, the energy was milder and not as fierce as it used to be. He kept his mind as calm as still water. Once his emotions fluctuated, it would cause the fluctuation of the powerful energy. His internal organs were disturbed again, and he felt as if he was being cut by 1,000 knives. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Early in the morning, he stood quietly in the Sky Heart courtyard. He breathed in the morning air and felt the beauty of the world. After his body was damaged, he could feel the beauty of life. He used the life and death scripture to get rid of this powerful energy. As his body turned from thriving to withered, the powerful energy dissipated as well. However, when his body turned from withered to thriving and recovered to its original state, the energy recovered as well. It was like a shadow following the body. Footsteps were heard. The chubby Ding Kong monk strode in and opened the courtyard door. His footsteps became lighter. Junior brother Ding Ru. Chu Li turned around and smiled. Senior brother Ding Kong. His eyes were still closed, but his face was calm. Ding Kong asked, "How's your recovery?" "I'm fine," Chu Li replied. Ding Kong shook his head. "I've looked through all the books and asked many seniors. It seems like the Buddhist Dharma is not enough to get rid of karma. I'm afraid Honorable Master Ji was just fooling you." Chu Li smiled. "Honorable Master Ji wouldn't lie to me. Maybe he was afraid that you'd despair," Ding Kong said. "In any case, I've looked through all the methods. The Great Mercy Temple doesn't have any methods, but I've heard that other sects have methods." Chu Li raised his eyebrows. Ding Kong said, "The Great Mercy Temple takes the path of orthodox Buddhist Dharma, but some other temples take a different path." Chu Li frowned. "Turning poison into wisdom." "Yes." Ding Kong nodded. Chu Li smiled. "Do I have to join another sect just to get rid of my karma? That's impossible. Senior brother, you don't have to worry anymore. I believe that Honorable Master Ji won't harm me." Sigh. Ding Kong nodded. He was anxious for Chu Li. Even if he did not practice martial arts, Chu Li had a strong body and healthy facial features. Now, after practicing martial arts, he had crippled himself. His body was weak, and his eyes were blind. It was an unspeakable tragedy. Ding Kong liked Chu Li's calmness and indifference, so he liked Chu Li very much. When he saw Chu Li in such a miserable state, he became anxious and kept trying to find a way to get rid of it. Ding Kong. A bell rang. "It's time for the morning class." Let's go, Chuli said. Ding Kong dejectedly followed him out of the small courtyard and walked towards the main hall. Although Chuli had his eyes closed and could not see anything, the omniscient mirror was still there. He looked no different from an ordinary person. When they arrived at the basilica, Chuli chanted sutras with the others. The others were no longer surprised and treated him as normal. For a month, Chuli had been like this. Their previous surprise and sympathy had been replaced by calmness. Chapter 2635. She was hugging a brocade quilt. The moon-white brocade made her face look even more delicate and fair. There was a hint of redness in her fair skin, making her look charming and charming. Her eyebrows were even more flirtatious. Music, literary, novel 3W. AZWXS 520. Koem Chuli closed his eyes and bowed to the beautiful woman with pressed palms. Little Monk, let's go. Monk Wen Miao waved his hand and put on a gray frock to cover his bronze-like body. He slowly walked out, but his steps were precise as if they were measured by a ruler with a terrifying force. Chuli was surprised. He did not expect Monk Wen Miao to have mastered the Buddhist way of dignity. Every move he made was full of it. This was a skill that only a monk with profound cultivation level could have. He looked like a middle-aged man, but he was of the one generation. He must not be young, but he still had such exuberant vitality and high-spirited spirit. He was not inferior to a young man. Under the curious gaze of the crowd, they bowed with pressed palms and left the ascending cloud tower. Chuli used the omniscient mirror to see through the minds of the people around him. Although Monk Wen Miao was a flirtatious monk, he was extraordinary and had the ability to see through people's hearts and the future. Moreover, he was a monk of the one generation in the Great Mercy Temple. Although he did not follow the rules, he was not expelled by the Great Mercy Temple. It was obvious that he had broken away from the shackles of the precepts. His heart was bright, and even in the arms of a pink skeleton, he did not lose his wonderful heart. This made them even more respectful and bowed to him when they saw him. When he left the ascending cloud tower, he was surrounded by a crowd of people. It was unusually lively and noisy. Huayang City was far more prosperous than the big cities Chuli had seen before. Fairy's capital was far inferior, let alone the cities of Outland. Walking in such a bustling place made him feel like he had been in another world. Unknowingly, he had stayed in the Great Mercy Temple for 2 years. It felt like a snap of the fingers, but it also felt like 20 years. His heart inexplicably felt like it had changed into mulberry fields. Little monk, tell me, Monk Wen Miao said, how did you get yourself into this state? Chuli asked, where did I start? Start from the beginning. Monk Wen Miao said, there are only a few people in the Great Mercy Temple who have the eye of insight. How did you manage to cultivate it? It can't be because you are lucky, right? Chuli nodded slowly. He started from the moment he entered the Taishang Peak, from the beginning to the end, until now. Although it was simple and understated, it still took a lot of time, and they were already several miles away from the ascending cloud tower. The two of them arrived at a restaurant and went up to the second floor to find a table by the window. Breakfast had just passed, and lunch had yet to arrive. At this time, the restaurant was quite quiet. There were only the two of them on the large second floor. After the manservant served the dishes, he pressed his palms together and excused himself. He was very respectful towards Monk Wen Miao. Chuli could not help but exclaim in admiration. Monk Wen Miao's reputation in Huayang Town was extremely high. Almost everyone knew of him. Spirited mountain. Monk Wen Miao shook his head and sighed. Sizing him up, you're really lucky. Chuli smiled. Has Honorable Master never been to the Spirit Mountain? How could there be such an opportunity? Monk Wen Miao snorted and said, there's actually such an opportunity. No wonder, no wonder. All right, I'll cut to the chase. There's only one way for you to resolve your karma. Chuli pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Monk Wen Miao said, planting lotuses in fire, turning poison into wisdom. This is what I cultivate. Chuli nodded lightly, as he had already expected it. There were 3,000 paths of Buddhism, and each path led to Buddhahood. However, the planting lotuses in fire was an extreme path. There were very few cultivators because this technique allowed one to advance quickly and achieve instant success. However, the requirement for one's root vessel was too high and it was too dangerous. One careless move could destroy one's foundation and lead to eternal damnation. One could either achieve instant success or be doomed eternally. There was no other path. Those who chose this cultivation technique were usually very rare, and those who failed were 9 out of 10. It was a cultivation technique that sought survival in the midst of death. Chu Li saw Monk Wen Miao's deviant actions and knew that he cultivated the planting lotuses in fire. If he did not become a Buddha, he would die. It was really a desperate move. Hence, he had no qualms and bravely advanced. Even if he was pregnant with a beautiful woman, he dared not lust for her beauty. Instead, he trained his body and mind. It was also an extreme method to cultivate the heart. If he was not careful, he would lose his way and all his previous efforts would be wasted. Monk Wen Miao said, "You don't want to cultivate this technique, do you?" Chu Li let out a bitter smile. If it was not necessary, he really did not want to cultivate this technique because it was too dangerous and unnecessary. However, the Earth Matrix and reincarnation scripture was similar to the planting lotuses in fire. There was also the heavenly demon scripture and the like, so his path was not normal. Monk Wen Miao said, "The world is unpredictable and fate makes fools of people. You don't want to do it, but you have no other choice." Chu Li said, "Do I have to be like you, honorable master, struggling in the mortal world? That's up to you. Everyone has their own method of cultivating the heart. If you want to turn poison into wisdom, you won't be able to do it without enough poison. Beauty is the most poisonous to me, but not to you." Monk Wen Miao said. Chu Li slowly nodded. "I understand." Monk Wen Miao said, "However, you don't have to look for poison like me. Karma is the most poisonous thing. Whether you can transform it or not depends on your own comprehension. I can only help you by passing on the technique." "Thank you, honorable master." Chu Li bowed with pressed palms. "Drink?" Monk Wen Miao said with a smile. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Monk Wen Miao filled 2 cups of wine and drank in one go. He let out a long sigh of relief. "Good wine." Chu Li reached out and drank it in one go. Boom! A thunderous sound rang in his mind. Then his vision blurred as if the earth was shaking. As he chanted the Mahavairokkana's immobility scripture and other scriptures, his mind became clear. The lotus flowers in the sky suppressed all kinds of strange phenomena. A strange and tall Buddha appeared in the void of Chu Li's mind. Its body was delicate and translucent, as if it was made of flesh and blood. It faintly emitted a golden light, which was the same as the dragon-elephant prajna technique that he cultivated. However, its body was surrounded by green flames that burned the Buddha's body as if it was being burned. The Buddha's appearance was his appearance. Its palms were pressed together, and it was chanting the Dharma. Jade-colored lotus flowers were spat out from its mouth and landed on the Buddha's body, making the Buddha's body look even more delicate and fleshy. Just as Chu Li was about to focus and confirm what kind of Dharma it was chanting, there was a sudden bang in his mind. The Buddha had exploded into pieces, and the void of his mind trembled as if it was about to collapse. Fortunately, the Buddhas worked together to suppress all kinds of strange phenomena, and his mind regained its clarity. The omniscient mirror reflected that Monk Wen Miao was staring at him with a smile. Chu Li came to a realization. This was a technique imparting. To be able to impart techniques through a cup of wine, this Monk Wen Miao was indeed extraordinary. "How is it?" Monk Wen Miao asked with a smile. "Have you seen my technique?" Chu Li bowed with pressed palms. "Thank you, honorable master." "You don't have to thank me." Monk Wen Miao waved his hand and smiled. "This is all I can help you with. Whether you can understand this Dharma, how much you can understand, and how far you can cultivate it, it all depends on your own comprehension." Chu Li nodded. "I understand." Chapter 2636. Monk Wen Miao did not say anything else and continued to pour and drink. Literary novel. LWXS 520. Calm, he poured wine for Chu Li, and Chu Li drank it happily. However, when the wine entered his body, it was dispelled by an invisible force. It was the karmic energy in his body. You are indeed immune to all poisons. Monk Wen Miao was drunk and his eyes were blurred. He looked at Chu Li and chuckled. Karmic energy is indeed extraordinary. If you can use it for your own use, there will be no one in the world who could defeat you. Chu Li laughed. He had never heard of anyone who could control the karmic energy. Even the Buddha was afraid of the karmic energy. He did not have such a thought and only hoped to dispel the karmic energy. Monk Wen Miao put down his glass and said angrily, "Do you think you can't do it?" Chu Li nodded. Monk Wen Miao sneered. Those who cultivate Buddhism, if they don't have the determination and ambition to become a Buddha, how can they be successful? They're just mediocre people who follow the rules. We, who practice Buddhism, do not want to be the servants of Buddha, but to become enlightened ones, to become people who surpass Buddha. We want to do what Buddha can't do. Yes, thank you, Honorable Master. Chu Li was suddenly filled with respect. In terms of boldness, he was indeed inferior. His hands and feet were bound, and his courage was limited. Buddha was not omnipotent and invincible in the world, but he was not unsurpassable. Only with such a mentality could he truly cultivate the Dharma to the extreme, and only then could he truly break the void and see his own Buddha. Monk Wen Miao nodded. You're worth teaching. Go. Chu Li bowed with pressed palms and left. Monk Wen Miao laughed and continued to drink. Chu Li slowly walked down the restaurant. His eyes were tightly shut and his steps were calm. He slowly walked through the crowd and avoided the reckless children who rushed over. He walked forward gracefully, and the people around him were amazed. Chu Li left Huayang City and went straight to the sky courtyard of the Great Mercy Temple. He began to visualize the Buddha. He did not know what kind of Buddhism it was, but judging from the burning flame, it was powerful. The green flame might be the karmic energy, so he felt that it was a way to dispel the karmic energy. Once again, a Buddha image appeared in his mind, followed by a green flame and the chanting of scriptures. Unfortunately, he could not clearly hear what scripture was being chanted, so it was unclear and the jade-colored lotus could not appear. He calmed his mind and continued to visualize. His nearly limitless mental strength allowed him to visualize continuously without resting or sleeping. As time went by, the originally blurry Buddha statue gradually became clearer and clearer. Chu Li faintly felt a sense of despair. It was as if he had only obtained the method, but could not comprehend its wonders. He had obtained the form, but not the spirit. If this went on, no matter how long he visualized it, he might not be able to understand its true essence. He slowly woke up and saw Ding Kong standing anxiously in front of him, staring straight at him. Brother Ding Kong. Chu Li smiled, his eyes still closed. Ding Kong heaved a long sigh of relief and patted his chest. Thank God you're awake. Chu Li asked, How long has it been? 10 days. Ding Kong said helplessly. You enter a meditative state at the drop of a hat. Junior brother Ding Ru, you're not like you were in the past. Your body is very weak, so don't tire yourself out. Otherwise, everything will be over. Chu Li slowly nodded. Once he entered a meditative state, he could easily meditate for a few days or even a few years. Ding Kong said, I heard that you met Honorable Master Wen Miao. Yes. Chu Li nodded. I was taught the Dharma by Honorable Master Wen Miao. Ding Kong wanted to say something, but stopped. Chu Li smiled. Why are you hesitating, senior brother? Just say what you want to say. Honorable Master Wen Miao's Dharma is not something an ordinary person can cultivate, Ding Kong said softly. Someone felt that Honorable Master Wen Miao was too carefree, so he went to ask him to teach him. In the end, he was defeated. I didn't expect you to be able to learn it. Chu Li said, someone wanted to indulge in sensual pleasures like Honorable Master Wen Miao, right? Yes. Ding Kong nodded calmly. Chu Li said, even if I was taught by Honorable Master Wen Miao, I can't be as carefree as him. If I don't cultivate enough, my foundation will be ruined, and I'll never be able to recover. Master Ding Kong, you must be tempted. Ding Kong smiled. Not at all. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. Why were there commandments? It was because people's hearts were fickle and restless. There was never a moment of stillness. The commandments were like ropes that bound one's heart. This was especially true for those who did not have a deep understanding of Dharma. Ding Kong said, "It's the other people in the temple who are envious of you." Chu Li shook his head. Honorable Master when Miao's Dharma is the most dangerous. Senior brothers, it's better if you don't learn it. I have no choice but to seek survival in the face of death. Is it really that dangerous? Ding Kong asked doubtfully. Chu Li said, Honorable Master when Miao trains his heart in the secular world. If he loses control, he'll never be able to recover, and all his cultivation will be destroyed. He's not like you, senior brothers, who follow the precepts and slowly train their hearts. Senior brother, I'm going to continue my isolated cultivation. Please help me guard it. You're still going to isolate yourself? Take a break. Don't work too hard, Ding Kong advised. It's fine, Chu Li said. Ding Kong saw Chu Li's determined expression and scoffed. Fine, I'll isolate myself then. He left angrily. Chu Li smiled and shook his head. He knew that Ding Kong would still help him guard it, so he started to visualize again. As he visualized, he pondered about what kind of Buddhist scripture it was and what he was cultivating. There must be a reason why Honorable Master Wen Miao did not tell him, either because she was afraid of him or because it would disturb his mind. He racked his brains, and he was also racking his brains in the heaven beyond heaven. Suddenly, a strange force entered the void of his mind. Then, a giant Buddha statue appeared in the void of his mind. It was as tall and majestic as Mahavairocana Buddha, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and Reincarnation Buddha, but it was more realistic and vivid. It looked like Chu Li, but he had a tall stature. His skin was delicate and warm, and it emitted a gentle golden light. This was the light emitted by the dragon-elephant wisdom technique that he cultivated. His body was surrounded by green flames that burned fiercely, calcining the Buddha's body. The Buddha statue closed its eyes and put its palms together. It stood in the void and chanted in a low voice. Chants of Buddhist scripture came out of its mouth and turned into green lotus flowers that fell on the Buddha's body. It made their bodies more realistic and delicate, adding a sense of flesh and blood. Chu Li suddenly realized that the scripture he was chanting was the glazed lotus scripture. As he kept chanting the glazed lotus scripture, not only did the Buddha in the void of his mind feel strange, but his real body also experienced a slight change. He could feel a burning sensation, and this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. Accompanying the burning sensation was a slight weakening of his karmic force. Chu Li was overjoyed. Ever since he had been plagued by karmic force, it had never been reduced. No matter how hard he tried, it was to no avail. It was as if it was an eternal existence that could not be eliminated. His body was crippled, and he could not circulate his energy. However, as soon as this scripture was used, it actually weakened his karmic force, giving him endless hope. As he circulated the glazed lotus scripture, he recalled the previous situation. The reason he could suddenly understand the glazed lotus scripture was because of the sudden warm current that appeared in his chest, and this warm current came from the Dipankara Sarira. Chapter 26:37. His comprehension was not up to par, but Grandmaster Wen Miao could. In terms of qualifications, he was still not as good as Wen Miao. He was not disappointed. There was always someone better than him in the universe. It was a blessing to be able to cultivate this scripture and eliminate the karma. He had always been lucky to be able to reach this step. With such comprehension, he would not be arrogant and complacent. Instead, he was more courageous and diligent. The karma turned into flames bit by bit and burned his body. The pain gradually became more intense. In the end, his vision turned black. It was no different from being burned. His spirit was strong and his willpower was firm. He clenched his teeth and refused to faint. The more karma he burned, the faster he would recover. He gritted his teeth and thought about Grandmaster Wen Miao's words. Could he control the karma and turn it into his own strength? Thinking of this, he suddenly multitasked and began to capture the flames formed by the karma. He was everywhere and tried to capture the flames, but they were only burning and not controlled by him. He persisted in thinking of a way to control the flames. He looked for it in the glazed lotus scripture. He believed that it must be hidden in the scripture. It was mysterious as long as he could understand it. Suddenly, a warm current came out of his chest and entered the void of his mind. Then, the mystery of the glazed lotus scripture was revealed. He smiled and suddenly flicked his finger. A green flame drilled out from his finger, like the flame of a candle. It floated slowly like a dandelion, without a trace of power. It seemed like it could be extinguished by the wind at any time, but did not go out. The green flame slowly landed on a nearby stone block. The stone block disappeared without a sound, and the extinguished flame also disappeared without a trace. Chu Li's face was solemn as he stared at the stone block. If he did not believe in his memory, he would have thought that he was hallucinating or remembered wrongly. The stone block did not exist. All of this was too surreal. With his original cultivation level, it was not difficult to turn the stone block into powder. However, it was impossible to make it disappear without a trace. It was as if it did not exist. The karma fire was shocking. If he was not careful and hurt his companions, it would be too late to save them. Unfortunately, he could not control the fire. Even if he used the Dipankara Sarira to understand the essence of the glazed lotus scripture, he still could not fully control the fire. He could only guide it. Even so, he was already satisfied, even if his body was enduring inhuman pain. He wanted to use his strong will to block out the pain, but he couldn't do it. The body tempering by hellfire didn't just affect the body. It went deep into the bones and even involved the mind. His head was in unbearable pain, almost causing the void in his mind to collapse. He slowed down and waited for the pain to recede like the tide. Then, he activated the glazed lotus scripture again and endured this inhumane pain. On the third day, he knocked on the door. When Ding Kong hurriedly rushed in, he saw that Chu Li had already lost half of his weight. He was as thin as an old man, but his eyes were wide open and brimming with vigor. Junior brother Dingru, you can see? Ding Kong was overjoyed. Chu Li nodded and smiled. Ding Kong burst into laughter and said, "Sure enough, seclusion is still useful. How did you become so thin? Are you hungry?" He turned around and left. After a while, he came in with a basket of food and placed them on the stone table beside him. He laughed and said, "Come, have a good meal. You've been starving for too long, so you can't eat too much. Fill your stomach first." While they were talking, 6 dishes and 2 soups had already been placed on the table. They were all vegetarian dishes that looked delicious. Chu Li sat down without hesitation, took the chopsticks, and began to eat. He was indeed very hungry. The body tempering by hellfire consumed a lot of blood essence, and he was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back. This meal was timely, and he ate to his heart's content. "Oh, where are the stools?" Ding Kong pointed at the empty seat and shook his head in confusion. Soon, he thought that he had remembered wrongly, so he sat on the stone stool next to him and laughed. "How is it, junior brother? Have you recovered?" Chu Li nodded. "Almost. As long as he continued to cultivate the glazed lotus scripture, 10 days would be enough to resolve his karma. Fortunately, his karma did not increase." Ding Kong laughed. "Looks like you've comprehended Honorable Master Wen Miao's dermic base." Chu Li smiled and nodded. The glazed lotus scripture was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. It was like planting a lotus in the fire, pure and untainted. Without sufficient willpower, one would not dare to cultivate it. The pain was chilling and made one fearful. "Can you break your vows when you leave the mountain?" Ding Kong asked. Chu Li replied slowly, "I should be fine." "Wonderful." Ding Kong clapped his hands and praised. "Now you don't have to be afraid of breaking your vows and reuniting with the lady." Chu Li smiled and nodded. He was certain of this. Even if he reunited with the lady and had physical contact with her and broke the temple's precepts, the Great Mercy Temple would not pursue the matter. With Honorable Master Wen Miao standing in front of him, he could be unscrupulous. Congratulations, junior brother. Ding Kong looked envious. Chu Li smiled but did not say anything. He knew that Ding Kong's mind was alive, but he dared not teach this technique to Ding Kong. Otherwise, it would harm his life. The glazed lotus scripture was not something that anyone could cultivate. If one's comprehension was insufficient, it would be a bad thing. The reason why Honorable Master Wen Miao could teach it to him so easily was because he had the heaven's eye. With the heaven's eye, one could understand the impermanence of the world, and everything was an illusion. With a glance, one could see through the illusion, which was why he could cultivate the glazed lotus scripture. When Chu Li saw Ding Kong's eager expression, he helplessly said, "Senior brother, the glazed lotus scripture passed down by Honorable Master Wen Miao can't be cultivated casually. Otherwise, it will only bring more harm than good. Senior brother, your cultivation level isn't high enough, so you can't learn it." Sigh. Ding Kong looked dejected. "My aptitude is not good enough." Chu Li slowly nodded. "Senior brother Ding Kong, your aptitude is indeed not good enough." Ding Kong widened his eyes and said impatiently, "Aren't you afraid of offending people when you speak the truth?" Chu Li laughed. After eating, he continued his isolated cultivation. 10 days later, the hellfire had completely disappeared. His body was extremely skinny, and his gray cowl fluttered in the wind, as if there was a pole holding his cowl. Ding Kong quickly brought him a big basket of food. Chu Li finished it in one go, and his stomach was like a bottomless pit. The hellfire satin burned him to a living hell. It was more painful than being burned at the stake, but it was not without its benefits. After his body was burned, it was like forged iron. All the impurities were gone. Although his body was skinny, what was left was the essence of the essence. It was incomparably tough. Unknowingly, his dragon elephant wisdom had broken through to the 9th level. The next day, he went to the inner courtyard to visit his master, Hui Guang. Hui Guang was chanting Buddhist scriptures in the house. When he came out, he saw Chu Li's skinny appearance and almost could not recognize him. It was as if Chu Li had become another person. After sizing him up, Hui Guang smiled in satisfaction. "It's a blessing in disguise. I must be as blessed as you are. Congratulations." Chu Li pressed his palms together and smiled. Hui Guang waved his hand, and Ding Ming ran out to report the news. When he entered the house, Chu Li explained the details under Hui Guang's questioning. Ding Jian and Ding Shi came over and listened to Chu Li. They were filled with emotions. The glazed lotus scripture. Hui Guang's expression became serious. Chu Li felt that Hui Guang's expression was not right. Ding Jian and Ding Shi felt the same. Ding Shi quickly asked, "Master, is there something wrong with the glazed lotus scripture?" Chapter 2638. When Ding Jian and Ding Shi saw that their master was only sighing without saying a word, they became anxious. Ding Jian said, "Master, quickly tell us, what's wrong with the glazed lotus scripture?" "There's nothing wrong with it." Hui Guang shook his head. "Then why did you sigh?" "Master, don't keep us in suspense." Ding Jian quickly asked. "I can't help but sigh when I think of the past." Hui Guang sighed softly and looked melancholic. "I had a senior brother who also cultivated the glazed lotus scripture." "Which master's senior?" Ding Jian asked. Ding Shi said, "I think only Honorable Master Wen Miao cultivated this scripture. This scripture isn't originally from our temple." Hui Guang frowned. Just like the Earth Matrix and Reincarnation scripture that Ding Ru offered, it was obtained from the outside world. However, it has a complete inheritance, so it can be cultivated. "That's right." Ding Jian smiled. "The Great Mercy Temple has always been inclusive and tolerant. This scripture isn't easy to cultivate." Hui Guang sighed. "My senior brother took good care of me, but unfortunately, he committed suicide because of this scripture. That's why we have to be very careful." "Ding Ru, don't be careless." "Yes." Chu Li pressed his palms together. Hui Guang sighed. Honorable Master Wen Miao's situation was extremely dangerous. One mistake, and he would have been destroyed. This scripture can be cultivated, but it's unusually fierce. It's better not to touch it if one's comprehension, determination, and luck are lacking. Master, I have no other choice now, Chuli said. Fortunately, you have the heaven's eye, so there's still a chance. Huiguang nodded and smiled. If my senior brother had the heaven's eye, he wouldn't have ended up like that. That's why the temple has set a rule that anyone who wants to cultivate the glazed lotus scripture must have the heaven's eye. Master, don't worry. Third junior brother's comprehension and wisdom are sufficient. Yeah, he even reached the 9th level. Ding Jian smiled. He looked at him from head to toe. Ding Shi did the same. Huiguang nodded. It's a blessing to be able to advance after such a trial. However, remember this lesson and don't use the heaven's eye if you can. Chuli pressed his palms together and nodded. Since he had the glazed lotus scripture, logically speaking, he should be able to dissolve the karma and use the heavenly eye without any scruples. Unfortunately, it was not such a beautiful thing. Dissolving the karma was really too painful. It was even more painful than being burned by fire. Just thinking about it made him feel them all over. Third junior brother, come with us to the great East Ocean suppressing city. Ding Jian smiled and said, take a good stroll and relax. Although the sea is dangerous, it is also vast. Cultivating by the sea is very beneficial. Chuli looked at Huiguang. Huiguang nodded. It's good to go and gain experience. What you practice is the glazed lotus scripture. You need to temper yourself in the mortal world. Chuli asked, Master, what martial art did you use to kill Huang Jisher back then? You want to learn the demon subduing incantation? Huiguang laughed. Chuli asked, is it possible to cultivate it? Huiguang nodded and said, you are proficient in the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture, so cultivating the demon vanquishing incantation will yield twice the results with half the effort. However, this incantation is too vicious, so you must use it carefully. Chuli replied, I understand. Take 2 steps forward, Huiguang said. Ding Jian smiled and said, Master, we want to cultivate it too. Huiguang shook his head and said, both of you won't be able to control this incantation. Ding Shi asked, why? Your dragon elephant prajna is extremely firm and yang, so you won't be able to form the incantation. If you are proficient in the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture, you will be able to transform yin and yang and reverse life and death. All right. Ding Jian and Ding Shi were helpless. Chuli took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Huiguang. Huiguang gently pressed his finger out. Ding! A clear sound rang in Chu Li's mind, as if a jade was being knocked on. He suddenly knew the method to operate the demon subduing incantation. So he formed the incantation with both hands, and the energy in his body flowed naturally. The inner energy of the dragon elephant prajna surged from his left foot, while the energy of yin and yang surged from his right foot. The two intertwined and spun like a Tai Chi fish. Then, with a boom, they merged into one. Chu Li's hands swelled and a surge of energy poured out. Boom! A deep pit appeared on the green brick ground. What a demon-subduing incantation! Ding Jian and Ding Shi looked at the ground in shock. Ding Shi smiled. Master, between the demon-subduing incantation and the tiger-subduing incantation, which is stronger? The tiger-subduing incantation is a martial arts heart technique similar to the dragon-elephant prajna, while the demon-subduing incantation is only a seal technique. How can you compare them? Huiguang shook his head. One is a heart technique, while the other is a technique. If you really want to cultivate it, then cultivate the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture well. The two of them instantly looked bitter. Although the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture came from the lower realm, it was extremely difficult and required a high level of comprehension. The two of them had cultivated it before and felt that they could not lose to their junior brother. Unfortunately, they did not make much progress despite their hard work. They needed a strong will and an indomitable aura to cultivate the dragon-elephant prajna, while the earth matrix and reincarnation scripture was treacherous and ever-changing. It was different from their usual views and was difficult to grasp. Guang waved his hand. Go. Chu Li pressed his palms together and followed the two out of the temple. Then, he appeared in a restaurant in Sea Suppression Town. It was a room on the third floor of the restaurant. There was a table full of dishes and a pot of fine wine. He asked Chu Li to take a seat and asked the servant to change the dishes. Then, he talked about the current situation in Sea Suppression Town. Ever since we defeated Thousand Sun Island, the islands on the sea have calmed down a little. We can take a breather now, but it's been hard on you, junior brother. Ding Jian drank a bowl of wine and sighed. Eldest senior brother, you don't have to be so polite. Chu Li shook his head and smiled. He picked up the bowl and finished the wine. The table of dishes that Ding Jian and Ding Shi ordered included a lot of meat. This was also an established rule. If martial arts practitioners did not eat meat, it would be difficult for their vigor to be strong. No one would care if they ate some wine and meat when they were in the martial arts world, but they could not eat meat and drink wine in or around the temple. It was a taboo to do so, like Monk Wen Miao. Ding Shi said, "It's strange that they're so honest. Let the people from Fifth Thunder Peak investigate." Ding Jian shook his head and pointed at his bald head. It's hard for us to hide from outsiders. Not only his bald head, but also his temperament. It was easy to tell if he was a monk, especially the masters of the islands on the sea. They were even more sensitive to the disciples of Great Mercy Temple and could not hide from them. However, Fifth Thunder Peak was different. Their heart technique was different from Great Mercy Temple. They blended in with the light and did not stand out in the crowd. In addition to Fifth Thunder Peak's disguise technique, it was not difficult for them to sneak into the island. They've already gone, but there's still no news. Ding Shi frowned. Chu Li said, eldest senior brother and second senior brother are worried that they're still plotting the next attack. That's for sure. Ding Jian scoffed. They won't give up, especially with one Xiang around. Ding Shi nodded seriously. Chu Li said, then I'll go and take a look. Ding Jian waved his hand. Let the masters of Fifth Thunder Peak investigate. We're not good at this. It's too dangerous there. Don't go looking for death. They've already fallen into the trap. If we let them go, it'll be too disappointing. Ding Shi shook his head disapprovingly. Chu Li remained silent. Chapter 2639. Chu Li said, if that's the case, they must be hiding something. There's definitely something wrong, Ding Jian said. Otherwise, the disciples of Five Thunder Peak wouldn't have disappeared. He shouldn't have dealt with the disciples of the Five Thunder Peak in order to show his sincerity. Ding Shi said, I'm afraid he's done for. Ba. A look of pity appeared on his face. Ding Jian said with a grave expression, Five Thunder Peak suffered a great loss this time. The one who went to investigate was a top-notch expert, second only to Senior He. You can imagine how Senior He is feeling right now. That's why it's best if you don't go there, Ding Shi said. Chu Li could not help but laugh when he saw how well they spoke. Don't worry, eldest senior brother, second senior brother. I'll be careful not to provoke Senior He. The two of them smiled. Just at this moment, the sound of footsteps rang out. He Jin brought a green-robed youth up the restaurant slowly. Chu Li saw it with the omniscient mirror. He Jin's face was gloomy, completely different from his usual carefree and unrestrained self. It seemed that the loss of the experts of Five Thunder Peak was troubling him. The green-clothed young man following behind him was extraordinarily handsome. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a sharp nose. Every time he looked around, he exuded a heroic spirit that was enough to enchant any young girl. What was even rarer was that his cultivation was deep, and it was actually not inferior to his own. Chu Li was surprised. It seemed that this was another rising star. There were so many masters on First Heaven. It would be extremely difficult for him to be as invincible as he was in the lower realm and Grandmaster boundary. However, it was precisely because it was difficult that he was excited and passionate. The three of them sat in a room, isolated from the gazes of others, but not from He Jin. As soon as he went up the stairs, he was startled and walked directly towards the room the three of them were in. Amidst the sounds of knocking on the door, He Jin said from outside, Steadfast Stone, Senior He. The two of them stood up, and Ding Shi went forward to open the door. He pressed his palms together and revealed a cordial and respectful smile. I didn't expect Senior he to also come here to drink wine. Eugene looked around and saw Chu Li. He was surprised. Chu Li? Then, he changed his words. Ding Ru? How are your injuries? Chu Li stood up and bowed with pressed palms. Thank you for your concern, Senior he. I'm fine. Good. All right. Eugene sized him up from head to toe. His gaze seemed to be able to see through Chun-Chi's entire body, and he praised, You're truly blessed to actually be able to recover. Congratulations. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Martial Uncle this is? The green-robed handsome young man asked with a smile. This is Ding Jian, Ding Shi, and Ding Ru. Eugene introduced. This is our 5 Thunder Peaks disciple, Jing Ong. Ding Jian sized Jing Ong up and smiled. May I know which peak benefactor Jing is from? Heaven's Thunder Peak. Jing Ong pressed his palms together and smiled. Great Master Ding Jian, I have heard a lot about you. Ding Jian chuckled and said, This penniless monk is not famous. I'm just a few years older. I'm just taking advantage of my age. Eugene said, Martial nephew Jing is the young peak master of Wind and Thunder Peak and has joined Heaven's Thunder Peak. Therefore, he possesses the strengths of both peaks. His Heaven's Thunder Palm and Wind and Thunder Palm are both extremely proficient, surpassing even the master. Shi Shu, you are too kind, Jing Ong hurriedly said. Eugene looked at Chu Li with a meaningful gaze. Chu Li was deep in thought. He could see through people's minds. Eugene's gaze was meaningful, as if warning him not to act rashly. He could feel the goodwill he had towards Eugene. This great Master Ding Ru looks even younger than me, Jing Ong said with a smile, and looked at Chu Li. Chu Li pressed his palms together and did not say a word. Ding Jian chuckled and said, All of you are young elites. You can't compare to me. Jing Ong shook his head and laughed. Master Ding Ru's secular name is Chu Li. Chu Li nodded. Junior sister, Zhao's husband? Jing Ong asked. Chu Li answered, Yes. Then why did you become a monk? Jing Ang's expression was solemn. What does that make Junior sister Xiao? Junior sister Xiao is like a fairy, yet she is treated like a shoe. It's really... He glared at Chu Li angrily. Chu Li revealed a bitter smile. The world is unpredictable. This is the only way. I have no other choice but to apologize to Madam. Infatuated woman, heartless man. Jing Ong took a deep breath and scoffed. I really feel sorry for Junior sister Xiao. Chu Li pressed his palms together and did not say anything else. Ding Jian laughed. It's hard for outsiders to understand the matters between husband and wife. It's no longer important who's right and who's wrong. We Buddhists always talk about fate. There's nothing that can be done about it. Almsgiver Jing and almsgiver Xiao know each other? Of course, Jing Ong said. We're brothers and sisters from the same sect. How can we not know each other? Junior sister Xiao has a pure heart and is as pure as ice. She's like a fairy. We have nothing but respect for her. I never thought. He glared at Chu Li as he spoke. Chu Li closed his eyes and did not move. He was like an old monk in meditation. Forget it. Even an upright official can't settle a family dispute. Eugene waved his hand. If Xiao Qi knew he was like this, she wouldn't be happy. Yes, Masters Junior. Jing Ong closed fists saluted and nodded respectfully. Eugene said, Continue eating. I won't disturb you anymore. Ding Jian pressed his palms together. As Ding Shi pressed his palms together, he asked, Senior is Senior Zhang not back yet? Eugene's face darkened. He took a deep breath and shook his head. Amitabha. Ding Shi and Ding Jian chanted the name of Buddha. Eugene looked at Chu Li. Chu Li's eyes were closed, and he was motionless. Jing Ong scoffed and looked at Eugene in confusion. Eugene said gently, Great Master Ding Ru, can you tell if Junior Brother Zhang's fate is good or bad? Jing Ang's eyes widened. Ding Jian hurriedly said, Senior this... Of course, he wanted to know if Zhang Zhengfang's fate was good or bad, but he did not want Chu Li to use Heaven's Eye again. Ding Shi looked troubled as well. Chu Li opened his eyes and said calmly, I can. Third Junior Brother, haven't you been taught a lesson enough? Do you still want to use Heaven's Eye? Ding Jian said impatiently. Ding Shi stared at him and nodded. Chu Li smiled. This concerns Senior Zhang's safety. What's the harm in using it once? You? Ding Jian and Ding Shi stared at him helplessly. He Jin said, just look at his safety. There's no need to do anything. Isn't that better? Chu Li smiled and nodded. Destroying karma will result in endless negative karma. My cultivation level is still low and cannot withstand it. I can only watch and do my best. Thank you, Great Master Dingru. He Jin said in a low voice. What do you think, Great Master? Chu Li said, it's best if there's something he carries with him. There is. He Jin took out a jade pendant and handed it to Chu Li. This is Junior Brother Zhang's identification. He usually carries it with him. This time, he needs to disguise himself. He's afraid that he'll expose his identity, so I'm holding it. Chu Li looked at the square jade pendant that was half the size of a palm. It was warm and delicate and was carved from sheep fat white jade. In just a few strokes, the 5 mountains were vivid as if they were going to leap out of the jade pendant and turn into towering mountains. Chu Li closed his eyes and sighed. I'll bring him back. As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared in a flash. He Jin and the others were shocked and confused. Chu Li appeared the next moment with a middle-aged man covered in blood in his hand. His body was limp and his face was pale with a hint of green. There was a huge hole in his chest that revealed his intestines. Junior Brother Zhang. He Jin hurried forward and pressed his palm to activate his inner energy. Chapter 2640. The medicinal effect of the treasure pill was extraordinary. In addition to the 5 thunder pill that Jing Ong took out from his bosom, after the 2 strange medicines were consumed, He Jin's internal energy catalyzed the medicinal efficacy. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Zhang Zhengfang slowly opened his eyes. His face had a trace of redness, and his breathing was heavy. His gaze was confused. Then vigilance and determination flashed. He was about to push He Jin's hand away when he suddenly felt the inner energy flowing in his body. It was the inner energy of the same sect, so he relaxed, and his eyes regained clarity. Senior Brother He looked at He Jin in surprise. Why are you here? He Jin said, Junior Brother Zhang, we're in Calming Sea Town. Master Dingru saved you. What happened? Zhang Zhengfang's face was square, and there was a hint of evilness between his brows, which did not match his name. However, he was handsome and also a beautiful man. He revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. I've failed this time. How did you fail? He Jin asked. Did someone recognize you? They didn't recognize me before. Our disguise is not that easy to see through. Zhang Zhengfang shook his head. But I heard something I shouldn't have, so I was chased. I recognized you later. What shouldn't you have heard? He Jin quickly asked. Zhang Zhengfang looked at Chu Li and the steadying stone. He sighed. A book of pacifying seas appeared on the sea. It's the pacifying seas divine technique. It's a must-have technique for all the islands on the sea. Who got it? He Jin smiled. Who can beat Wan Ziang? It didn't fall into Wan Ziang's hands. Zhang Zhengfang shook his head and said, Wan Ziang is cultivating in seclusion and has no time to spare for this, so he landed on Thousand Sun Island. When I went to Thousand Sun Island to gather information, I happened to hear about this and got chased by them. However, I've already spread the news, so everyone knows that Thousand Sun Island has obtained Jing Hai's novel. He laughed proudly, then coughed violently. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. That's enough, Junior Brother Zhang. He Jin said impatiently. How can you still laugh at a time like this? Your injuries are too serious. You need to recuperate for a while. I'll send you back to the mountain now. He looked at Chu Li and praised. Great Master Dingru, the Eye of the Sky truly lives up to its reputation. You saved Junior Brother Zhang's life, and our 5 Thunder Peak will never forget this kindness. Chu Li pressed his palms together and bowed. Senior Zhang, you're gathering information on behalf of Taidong's Sea Garrison Town. It's only right that I extend my hand. He Jin shook his head, smiled, and said no more. Saying too much would make him insincere. How did Great Master Dingru see that Martial Uncle Zhang was in danger? Jing Ong asked curiously. Is the all-seeing eye really so magical? Chu Li smiled and pressed his palms together without saying anything else. He Jin said, rescuing junior brother Zhang won't harm you. Great Master Ding Ru, right? It's fine. Chu Li shook his head. Ding Jian sighed, shook his head, and said, now that things have come to this, I can only bear the harm of the karmic backlash. This is an action that will greatly damage my lifespan. If it happens a few more times, I'm afraid I'll lose my life. This was the unified statement of the Great Mercy Temple to the outside world. They all believed that the Heaven's Eye connection came at the cost of one's lifespan. Chu Li said, this price is worth it to exchange for Senior Zhang's life. Senior Zhang, this is an urgent matter. I've caused Senior Zhang's injuries to worsen. Please forgive me. Monk, why are you saying this? Haven't I come back to life? Zhang Zhengfang laughed. Chu Li smiled and nodded. Jingong pouted, but did not say anything. He had a feeling that Chu Li was not as simple and kind as he seemed. He must have an ulterior motive. However, this was not the time to talk about this. Otherwise, not only Master Junior Zhang, but even Masters Junior he would fall out with him. Chu Li could not help but admire Zhang Zhengfang's luck. Zhang Zhengfang was being attacked by 13 martial arts masters and was on the brink of death. He immediately activated God's limbs to pull Zhang Zhengfang back. This was a huge risk for Zhang Zhengfang. God's limbs would not harm Chu Li when he moved through the void, but it would harm Zhang Zhengfang. The huge pressure when moving through the void would squeeze a seriously injured person to death. However, Zhang Zhengfang had a strong foundation. Even though he was seriously injured, he managed to pull through. If it were someone with a lower cultivation level, they would not dare to take such a risk. They bid farewell and left. Zhang Zhengfang was already able to walk slowly out of the restaurant. Before Jingong left, he glared at Chu Li and left unwillingly. Ding Jian and the other two continued to eat and drink. Third junior brother, Ding Shi, shook his head. You are too honest. How can you use Sky Eye so casually? If this goes on, it will be very troublesome. Moreover, you have to pay such a huge price. Although Buddha once sacrificed himself to feed the eagle, is different from this. Chu Li smiled. The negative karma is not heavy. It's not a big deal. It's still negative karma. Ding Shi scoffed. Chu Li smiled. It's nothing. Ding Jian pondered. Second junior brother, third junior brother, this book of pacifying seas is troublesome. Can third junior brother see it? Chu Li shook his head. The karma involved is too heavy. I dare not act recklessly or I will lose my life. It's better to take it slow. That's the only way. The islands on the sea will have internal conflicts. It will give us time to catch our breath, Ding Jian said. When he heard Chu Li's words, he knew that the Great Mercy Temple was not fated with the book of pacifying seas. Even the Five Thunder Peak was not fated. He could not force it, so he gave up. Early in the morning, Chu Li returned to Sea Suppression Town after his morning classes. As soon as he reached his courtyard, Ding Jian and Ding Shi hurried over. Ding Jian and Ding Shi had important matters to attend to and could not leave Sea Suppression Town. Therefore, they did not attend their morning and evening classes at the Great Mercy Temple. Chu Li was different. He needed to attend his morning and evening classes on time. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother. Chu Li served them tea and gestured for them to sit down. What a strange thing. Ding Jian sat down and fanned his hands to cool off the steam from the teacup. He frowned and said, "It can't be cleaned up. There's trouble again." Chu Li looked at them. Ding Shi said, "Almsgiver Jing Ong was assassinated. He's seriously injured and unconscious." Chu Li smiled. Was it done by Thousand Sun Island or Star Cloud Island? Most likely. Ding Shi nodded slowly. Ding Jian said, Almsgiver Jing lived in a courtyard that he bought himself. The servants were all reliable people with clean backgrounds. Even so, he was still assassinated. Consider it a show of strength. He suddenly leaned forward and whispered into Chu Li's ear, "Third junior brother, did you see through it?" Chu Li was displeased. Eldest senior brother. Ding Jian looked at him and scoffed. "I think you saw through it, but didn't tell him." It's not life-threatening. It's fine if I don't tell him. Chu Li smiled. Ding Jian laughed and pointed at him. It's true. Ding Shi looked at Chu Li in shock. Chu Li smiled at Ding Shi. Second senior brother, do you think I should warn him? Well, Ding Shi said, I can see that almsgiver Jingong is not friendly to you. Third junior brother. Chu Li smiled. Just pretend that he never saw me. It's up to him. His martial arts is very strong. He won't die so easily. He could tell that Jingong would be in danger, but he did not want to warn him. First, it was not fatal. Second, it would create bad karma. He was not that generous to suffer for someone who was hostile to him. Saving Zhang Zhengfang was already the best he could do. Don't tell anyone about this. Ding Jian quickly reminded him and looked around. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.